Hello, good morning. now to discuss. Jen, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
First of all, what inspired you to write this book?
Well, my brother and I are both entrepreneurs, and my whole adult life, people were saying, what did your parents do? What did your parents do to create such entrepreneurial kids? So when I had my own child, I was curious, could I make a dent in her entrepreneurial IQ?
And did your parents actually, when you look back, you see they took steps to develop that in you?
As we did the research, and I have a co-author who's actually a PhD, so I found that I had instincts about entrepreneurship, but I wanted him to bring the science of parenting to it. And what we found was parents can absolutely have quite a big impact on their children's resourcefulness factor.
By encouraging certain qualities?
By encouraging certain qualities. For example, optimism. And this is something my parents definitely encouraged in me. Framing the day as an adventure, being an optimist, rubs off on your children. And if you want them to embrace failure, for instance, like entrepreneurs do, you have to have a certain level of optimism.
And resilience, I would imagine, right?
Absolutely.
That's a big one, letting things roll off your back.
Yes, resourcefulness, resilience, even having small failures, and as a parent, reframing those as they're okay.
Right.
If you look at Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, I read in a certain story, they typically have 3 to 5 failures before their big hit. So American entrepreneurs embrace failures like no one else in the world, and we want to make sure we hold on to that.
It's a learning opportunity.
It's a learning opportunity.
So this is important, you're saying, for all children in the workplace of the future, not just those children who will go on to be entrepreneurs.
Absolutely. I really wrote the book about creating entrepreneurial kids, not just business babies.
Right.
So this is for everyone.
Use is not allowing participants to unmute themselves.
Hello, good morning. It's good to be here again and today. It's good to be here for today's edition of Brainy Educate's Annual Parenting Summit. December 27th, 2019 looks just like yesterday for the maiden edition of the same annual event organized by Brainy Educate Services. Of course, the pandemic and the situation of things in the country would not allow for us to have a physical session. Last year was a sight to behold. Nonetheless, we promise and we are hoping that today's edition would nonetheless being virtual also be a sight to behold. I use this to welcome us all, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2020 Brainy Educare Parenting Summit, Parenting Amidst Uncertainties. And we've got a whole full package waiting for us for today. We've got amazing speakers, we've got amazing talent in the house, and I'm sure at the end of today, you would tell yourself that yes, the time spent here was indeed well spent. All right, without further ado, we have our very first facilitator, our first source person of today, who has been here with us since the commencement. We say thank you so much, ma'am. She is a friend of the house, and she is quickly run through our profile because if I should take my time to run through our profile, trust me, till the end of today, I'm still going to be reading and reading. But of course, we do not have the luxury of time. She is a lover of God, a graduate of business administration from the Lagos State University. Also, she is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Loan and Risk Management of Nigeria, a graduate of the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria, CIPSMN. She is a member of the United States Institute of Peace. She also possesses a mindset and language makeover mastery certificate. There is something about her profile which I'm actually saving for the last. Apart from that, she is an editor and administrator with over 20 years experience, currently director of finance and admin in a printing and publishing firm. She is a teen mentor, a marriage counselor, and the chief chef at Beam's Kitchen, which is an online kitchen for special healthy delicacies. She also blogs as the Unconventional Art. She is a public speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is someone who is a good listener. She is very passionate about children. She loves to learn, read, and write, but her favorite hobby is swimming. And like I mentioned, there's something very striking about her profile, which I'm saving for the last. And what is that? She is the mother of 3 beautiful, and that's not the interesting part, multi-talented daughters. Can I hear a virtual class from wherever you are across the world? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our very first research person for today, Mrs. Abimbola Comfort Omuchekwa. Thank you so much, Eniola Idris, for that wonderful clap. Thank you so much, Dr. Lajobi. Mrs. Omuchekwa, good morning. Good morning, Mrs. Omuchekwa. I understand that Mrs. Onwuchekwa was already with us. I guess there must be a little technical challenge. Good morning, Mrs. Onwuchekwa. Okay, please help unmute Mrs. Onwuchekwa. Yes.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. And I'm so happy to be here once again. Thank you
Yeah,
so
it's
very
good
much.
to sincerely, it's a good feeling having you here once again for another edition of Parenting Summit.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I am glad to be here. And like I always say, it's a great opportunity to be able to update our parenting app. And I must say a very big thank you to Rainier Ducare for yet another opportunity. Just like yesterday, we were all together on the island trying to update our app. And thank God for the same opportunity today, though we're doing it virtually, but I believe it's not the same. And we're going to have the same feelings, if not greater. Thank you so very much for this very special topic, parenting amidst uncertainty. And I'm to take parenting teens, war of generations. Amazing. We're going to go to war. And unlike in those days growing up where parents were the ones winning the wars, this time around, we all should be able to win the war. I usually recall growing up with mixed feelings. Just like any other kid, my parents were generations far apart from me. Sadly, there were no parenting seminars or conferences like we have these days to actually open the eyes to see that I, as a growing young girl, had so much to offer. Apart from them telling me to go and wash plates, to go and wash clothes, to go and do house chores. And that my not wanting to do all those things at that time had nothing to do with who I was, had nothing to defining the person that I was or I'm going to be. I was tagged a very lazy girl because they wanted me to do so many things. And I had some other things in my mind. You know, their belief was that I was lazy, I might not be able to run a home successfully. Especially my late mom, she was scared for me. Because then all I wanted to do was to just read and read. And I wanted to do house chores whenever I felt like. And those things didn't go down well with them. We disagreed on so many things, most of which I couldn't voice out because at that time, the time that we were growing up, children were not meant to have a voice. We were meant to be seen and not to be heard. unfortunately for me, my parents, especially my father, was a very, very strict fellow. In short, it became worse for me in my teenage years. It was one-sided war because I had no weapon of any sort. I couldn't speak. You dare not even do body languages. You're in trouble. I had no voice. And I was receiving it all. They won all the way. Well, they won temporarily then. I however made up my mind. I made a resolve then that with my children, it will be a neutral battlefield. Everyone will have all it takes in terms of weapons and the battles will be fought fairly and respectfully. You know, a lot of us can relate to what I'm talking about. Parents then were very, very strict. It was all wars. We were fighting a war then that we didn't know about. And unfortunately for us, the generations were different generations wouldn't understand who this person is. They just wouldn't understand that these people are different from us. The generations are different. Now, before we proceed, let's take a look at the meaning of generations, the many generations and their characteristics. For us to be able to understand war, you cannot win what you do not know. You cannot win a war that you're not aware of. So let me just quickly take us, because I have about 40 minutes to run through everything I have to do today. So let's just quickly take a look at the meaning of generation itself, and then the many generations and their characteristics. What do you understand? Or first and foremost, what do we understand by the word generation? Okay, we say, from my own understanding, defines all the people living at the same time, or approximately the same age. We were born, maybe those who were born between 1965 and 1970, you know, you belong to the same generation. You grew up about the same time in the same environment. Now, it is also important that we look at the term generation gap. These were the things our parents failed to understand. You can hear what I'm saying. Hello? I hope I'm still on.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. All right. So we're looking at generation gap. My father probably was born in the 40s. I wasn't born at that time. I was probably born 20, 30, whatever years thereafter. And this guy expected me to reason the same way he was reasoning, to do things the same way he was doing those things. For the love of Christ, it can't work. Unfortunately for them and for us, like I said, they didn't have this opportunity of parents coming together to update their parenting skills and apps. If you look at the mobile phones we carry up and about these days, if you, God help you, there is an update and you do not update your phone, what happens? You discover that you're working, the functions are minimal. You don't get the optimal results from the workings of your phone. Even WhatsApp, there are so many updates every time. And now we're talking of inanimate things. How much more? We that are human, we breathe, we move around, we relate with people of different cadre, different character and everything. So generation gap is the difference between the views of young people and their parents. Yeah, young people and their parents or their elders. Okay, now let us quickly take a look at the different types of generations that we have. Some of us are familiar with ending 3, you say generation X, Y, Z, but let us look at the 3 before the 3 last generations that are trending right now, because actually we can't take one and think we can get it all right. It's an equation that must be balanced. Let me first take a look at what I refer to as the greatest generation. Now, these were people born in between 1910 and 1924. These are our great-grandfathers who grew up with modern technologies and conveniences like electricity, TV, radio, airplane, and co. I call them the crude generation. The 4 different wars, they didn't have missiles, they didn't have guns. Mostly they fought these wars with crude weapons and experienced Great Depression. They lost so many wars, and they won so many wars as well. They are the generation that believes in teamwork to progress. They believe that you and I must work together to achieve progress, to achieve success, and that the glory must be shared, between us or amongst us, and it's not just for one person. At that time, no discoveries of any sort, apart from discoveries shoving themselves into marriages. They knew that here is a man, here is a woman, we have to marry. And when you get married, it's an achievement, a huge one at that. So marriage was one of their greatest achievements. And marriage at that time, as an achievement, must be sustained. No divorces except you lose a spouse. And before you can even lose that spouse, you must have done everything before you could lose that spouse to death. All right. This was I call it the medieval age. No divorce, no matter what you're going through. It is your achievement to ensure that you make everything work. You must ensure that you make that marriage work, because for them, it's an achievement. Single parenting, was a no-no. Out of wedlock, you dare not say you want to go and have a child out of wedlock. Those were the greatest generations that we ever had. Then to the second one, which I call the silent generations. These guys were born between 1925 and 1945. They saw and experienced post-war happiness. Recall that the guys mentioned earlier were the ones that actually fought the wars. You remember? But these silent generations were the ones that, experienced the post-war happiness. But the silent generations are actually the builders. Okay. Okay, my camera has been off. Sorry about Okay, thanks, Dr. Olajobi. My camera is on now. All right, so where was I? The silent generation were actually the builders. The greater generation, the ones that fought the wars, there were calamities here and there, but the silent generations came about, they built the walls. That was when we had the civil rights like Malcolm X, had civil rights like Martin Luther King. These guys were disciplined, Here the women stayed back at home. The women were back at home waiting for their husbands to come. The husbands had gone out to build their careers, and they would always come back, because don't forget, the marriage was very important to them. So they came back home to their wives, achievements, I have done this, I did this after, and then they were self-sacrificing, they were cautious too, they were disciplined, extremely disciplined. I'm talking of the guys between 1945 and 1945 now. That's the silent generations, the guys that came after the war. During the war, children were brought up by very strict parents. Now, the wives were there waiting for their husbands after they must have gone out for their careers and everything. And when they come, the husbands do not have any pastime but to enter into the women, and they were having kids. They could have as many as 5, 6, 7, 8 children, because they had no other pastime, and the women were there at home waiting for them. And these now led us to what we call the Generation X. No, sorry, the baby boomers. That led us to the generation of where the babies were born. You would just come and then the next thing, boom, babies. These guys are born between 1946 and 1956. Yeah. They are the result of the silent generation. They came home to their wives after the war, and sex became the pastime. They have babies. They want to achieve their goals and be seen as individuals, unlike the generation earlier that preferred teamwork. Whatever results we get, we share. It's not as if, oh, I am the one that I was the one that brought about Brainy Educare. So the name must be Brainy Educare Abimbola Onchekwa in bracket. No, these guys were the ones before were together. Now the baby boomers, those ones that were the result of the silent generations, where kids they were all over. The sex became their pastime. Like I said earlier, both men and women became breadwinners. That's for the baby boomers. They became breadwinners. Women liberation came and became the order of the day. That is the baby boomers generation. A lot of us can recall. They forgot about this divorce thing, that marriage was an achievement, because the women decided to go out and also fend for themselves. It felt like, shouldn't be, why should I be the one to be at home, to be having the kids? Let me also do something for myself. It became an individual thing. They became optimistic, they became self-righteous and self-centered. Then this same generation of baby boomers, the feminism began. That was in the Western world. Before I'm sure it just came into Nigeria, our part of the climb now. Women liberation also became order of the day during the baby boomers era. Divorce became a no big deal. The greater generation was their achievement. The silent generation became like, okay, my wife, my business, my this and that, let's make babies. But the baby boomers generation said, no, I am not going to be a baby producing machine. I want to also fend for myself. I want to do some things. Then there were conflicts of interest because some men felt like, why would you be earning and I'll also be earning? Then problems began. Then they saw divorce like, it's no big deal. If having to divorce you is what's going to make me and achieve my destiny or whatever, then you go your way. This generation luckily saw the invention of television, and unlike the other cool generation where so many things went wrong. Now, this took us straight. That we talked about the greatest generation, the silent generation, the baby boomers, and then we have the Generation X, which a lot of us are quite familiar with. And if you look at the ages, that is those ones born between 1965 and 1979, a lot of us on this parenting platform, on this seminar now, belong to that category. While the baby boomers saw increase in child recall from war, from women being at home, men coming in, entering and having children, and then boom, we have the babies. This Generation X, I call them the deleting generation, okay, said no more plenty babies. I want to have just a few. I want to have just a few. They experienced the opposite of what the other generation experienced. Contraceptives were introduced. Okay, how do I go about it? Women no longer allow themselves to be used as baby-making machines. The generation grew up to enjoy the computers and all that. Don't forget that there were inventions during the previous generations. Okay, then no more baby-making machines. I want to have just two, and so be it. So they also try to invent, how do I prevent myself from becoming a baby machine? Their eyes open to technology and entrepreneurship. Late marriages were encouraged because, as we're talking of 1965 and 1979, I mean, a lot of things were introduced at the time. There were computers, people were more into career, they were more into themselves than into a communal thing. Eyes were open, casual, the divorce became casual, single parenting, no big deal. They knew what they wanted and they struggled and worked very hard to pay for it. That's the Generation X. Then the Generation experienced the emergence of videos, music, hip hop. You have the likes of Michael Jackson and co, hip hop music, everything. These guys were already like, desire a chance to learn, to explore, and make contributions. Nobody wants to tie down. Okay, they want to be out. Now, I want you to now imagine, okay, these generations I've talked about, somebody coming from the greatest generation to come and impose his own on a Generation X individual. I am going somewhere with this. Okay, I just want us to have an idea so you all can key into which generation you belong. Do I belong to Generation X? Y? Is it the greatest generation? Is it the silent generation? We need to know which of the generations we all belong to. All right. Now, we also have the Generation Y. Doctor, I want you to note something. We're talking of X and Y here, and I will draw your attention to it when I'm ready, because I know that Dr. Olajobi is a mathematician. He's going to help us to do a bit of that calculation this time around. So let's talk about Generation Y. Let's talk about the children that some of us in that generation and this generation would give birth to. These are children born between 1980 and 1994. Some of them have them as siblings. Some of us have them as colleagues. Some of them have them as cousins. Some who are much, much older have given birth to children who were born in 1994. Now, this is a very interesting generation. Unlike the previous generations, they would expect them to get better trained as they migrated into full civilization. You have the computers, you have the phones, even though they were not as they are now, they were born into technology. So they were expected to be better than you and I. I recall that while I was in the secondary school, I couldn't remember seeing a computer. I didn't see any. There were no, I'm not sure there were computers in Nigeria in the 80s. I remember seeing the chocolate kind of typewriter. Okay, but these kids were born into, while some migrated into technology, these kids were born into gadgets. So they're more into fashion, they're self-conscious, they have active lifestyles, they eat healthy and love being fit. Self.
Please let us remember here ourselves. Late to marriage, doesn't matter. They talk to it. You're going to be 23. You need to get us what? 23? No way. I'm still too young to achieve this. I need to achieve that. They are more career conscious. They are more about themselves. They want to eat well. They want to keep fit. They want to do, they feel huge academic pressure and believe it's fast and an immediate processing. You understand? They are the Yahoo mobile phones, Google, Facebook, and iPhone generation. They came to meet it. A lot of us carried a blackboard and chalk to school. Some of us can relate. I remember I used to carry my blackboard on my head. God help me, it's my pencil, my white chalk. Let it drop or fall off, or maybe my pocket with hole. Then you're in trouble because you're getting to church okay, a lot of us can relate with the blackboard that had A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4 at the back. Then you turn the other side to write, whatever. These kids were not like that. Their brains were different from ours, and these kids are quite assertive and very, very strong with their views. These are the generations Y. Your children, my children, those whom we are expected, okay, part of that we're expected to train, to parent, okay, solution, generation X, generation Y, okay, wait for this, generation Z, very complicated set of human beings. These are the generations born after 1994, the generations that you and I, in real, you and I are parenting. Look at the journey. Look at the generational gap. Look at the trend. Look at the schooling. Look at the training. Look at everything. These kids are born between 1995 and 2010. These are the generations that you and I are going to be dealing with. These guys have always lived in a world of computers and phones. You and I were playing with toys. No, they don't play with toys. With the advent of computers and web-based learning, children leave behind toys at very, very young age. There is an acronym for it. They call them KGOY, kids growing older, younger. Let me come up here. Remember when I was growing, we used to have some toys made with wood. Now, probably they use them for jujubes. That was what we used to play. Carpenters will carve, and then some very different colors. These, we call them baby, red, blue, green, name it. I'm sure Dr. Olajobi and most of us here can relate. Those things no longer exist. This generation Z, now you see a child of 3-4 months with an Android phone, with an iPhone, playing computer games. That should be what you and I should be working with. You have a generation of kids growing older, younger, KGOY. No toys. They become less interested in toys. Give them toy, and they throw it away. They don't even understand. Okay, they desire electronics such as the cell phone and the video games. You see some of them in front of the video games, and they're like, I mean, to the glory of God. Well, maybe I'm an archaic, or I belong. Well, maybe the generation I belong rubbed off for me. With my 3 children, I never bought, until I'm speaking with you, I'm not sure I have an idea of what a PlayStation looks like. I'm sorry, but it's the fact. I didn't grow up into one. I had a different ideology, and with a lot. Anyway, we'll get there as we speak. And I hope that you understand what I'm saying. These kids are tired of hearing about environment. They're tired of hearing how to make the environment better, because they can do everything as we are. They multitask. This is a generation that would also experience not just the 3D and the 4D printing and film. They also witness fast and driverless cars at which we're going. This generation is wild. This generation is uncapable. While I was going through all of this, I tried to study and understand this generation called the Generation Z. Their attention span is limited, number one, and they're in a hurry to get so many things done. They're super intelligent. They're super independent. I remember when I was talking to a parent and she said to me that, hey, I'm afraid, oh, madam, maybe you should help me talk to my son. I think he's into, as a team mentor. He said, okay, maybe you should help me talk to my child. I think he's into Yahoo or something. And that's because the child was working at home. All right, we've talked about generations. The generations we're worrying about, I think I have about 10 more minutes. Now we're in for a very long walk, overhaul. So who are we worrying about? Who are we worrying with? Who are we worrying against? Generation. It's easy over the years looking at the Y and the X, doctor. You'll be looking at the generation X and generation Y. You find the Y, the X. This is a time for you to find the Z, the end of the alphabet. You could probably come out and say, we're looking at generation X. Okay, in mathematics, I said I was coming to you, find the Y and find the X. This time we're going to find the Z, and I pray to God it's going to be a very easy one for us to do. Okay. Now, so let's move, and I'm going to round up very, very shortly. How do we win this war of generations? Conflicting generations. Number one, we need to recognize the difference in our generations, first and foremost. As parents, we are furious, and we have to remove our block heels and be ready to run along with them. We need to be flexible. I'm rounding up. We need to be flexible as parents. A lot of us parents are very rigid. We want to put in these children our ideology. We are analog parents, and we want to parent digital children. It is not possible. To be able to parent this generation and stop the war. Stop the war. Some calls were coming in from me. I had to end these calls. The war of generation. We need to be teach them. You can teach them. You're not hearing me anymore. Someone is saying she can't hear me.
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Onchekwa. I think you can unmute yourself now.
all right. I'm back on.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about that. Must be from your end. Now, create time to study and bond with your children. I'm trying to round up at this point. Try to create time to bond with your children. Be receptive, learn from them, let them know that they've learned something new, you've learned something new from them, and they also will be willing to learn from you. Allow for inclusiveness. Involve them in your plans. Don't just wake up and say, we are going this day tomorrow, we are going that way tomorrow. Recognize the fact that they also have plans. bring them in all that you do. Be a brilliant negotiator. I tell parents, please let us negotiate with these children. They are very fast. They are much, much, much faster than us. But when we give them a level playing ground, which I made up my mind to do while I was growing up, when I start having children, I'm going to negotiate. I'm going to give them a very fair playing ground where parents will come and say, this is it. Children will come and say, this is. Of course, eventually you have the final say. But when you now bring them in, it makes them more reasonable to whatever it is you have to offer. Model what you want in your kids to them, parents. More, if you want your child to be this, where they are first teachers, model whatever you want them to be. Sometimes I see my children and I'm like, okay, this is what I do on a normal day. This is what I do. And when I noticed that, I became extremely. Let me quickly tell you a story of something that happened before I finally round up. I remember that I used to, in teaching my own sex education, I started from when they were very small. So I would use the part in their presence and tell them, this is it, this is this. And one day I saw my daughter trying to practice what it is like. That my mom, I'm trying to do, I know you will do your own like this too. So when I get to that age, I'll do it. I saw my daughter trying to cream her legs and she put her legs on the table. I laughed. She was just about 3-4 years. She put her leg on the table to cream her legs. She had seen what I was doing and she had modeled what I was doing. Now, finally, on how to win this war, listen. Let us be listening parents. These kids they have so many things to tell us, but a lot of us are in a hurry. Like my parents were, a lot of us had so many things to talk about, but they were not listening. They were not listening parents. They were not. And for a long time, they were not listening. And to the glory of God, I made it a point of duty to listen to my children. When you listen, you will learn a lot. You'll be able to teach them so many things, and they will also listen, and you'll find out a whole lot about them. I thank God that I've been listening for years now, and I've heard so many that I can't even share here. Sometimes I wonder, I hope these kids know that this is their mom and not their friend, but I don't mind because that's really, really helped my emotional state. Then in conclusion, in dealing, or worrying or making up with this generation, we are at war. Different generations. Now, in order for us to be able to win this war, and in the process of winning this war or warring in this war, this amazing generation, mindfulness is key. Please take note of all mindfulness. This is being in the here and now, or in the moment. Mindfulness. Forget the past. Forget about what will happen in the future. Let us pay attention to what is happening now, and that is this generation that we're training. Now more than ever, we can benefit from practicing mindfulness and bringing our attention to the here and the now. We can't change what's happened in the past. We certainly can't perfect what's going to happen tomorrow. It all feels very uncertain. We can, however, bring our attention to now and get the most from this moment. Mindfulness can be a very useful way of winning this war and achieving this generation's, the relationship between us and this generation that we're talking about. So I will leave you all to go ahead and find we found the Y, we found the X, now we're looking for the Z. And I pray to God that all these children, we will not have to weep over them. Okay, we will not have to weep over these children. God will help us to be able to find our different disease by God's special grace. I want to say a very big thank you once again to Brainy Educare for this fantastic opportunity. Though I haven't spent up to 40 minutes, I have spent less than 3 minutes, but no problem. I am available for questions and answers. And I thank you once again. Thank you for listening, parents. God bless you. Can't hear you.
Yes, God bless you too, Mrs. Omunchekwa. Thank you so much for that briefly and well-packed talk. And listening to you, I could relate with a number of things. While we are taking that, let me just remind us that a poll is currently ongoing.
And the poll is to seek our opinion on what we think triggers the misbehaviors we find in teenagers nowadays. Do we think the parents are the cause, or do we think the teenagers are just being illogical and just being, well, teenagers? All right, and you mentioned things about, sometimes I get confused about the kind of generation I belong to, because I remember I could relate with the issue of the taking slate to school, writing on slate and all, but I can also relate with the other part of the side where you don't have to use slate and all. So it's quite confusing for me to actually decide my generation, but nonetheless, it was amazing listening to you once again for that. Thank you so much, Mrs. Onwuchekwa. And I wouldn't know if you have any questions for Mrs. Onwuchekwa, because I understand that she has quite a number of places to be today. All right, so Mrs. Onwuchekwa, I think I have one question. I would love some examples of being mindful towards our children. You mentioned being mindful of the kids. So someone is asking that, how do you, can you give examples of how you can be mindful of children?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. And I think whether one or two of my kids they are listening in, and I was also guilty of not being mindful. Now, I said being mindful is being in the now or in the moment. Sometimes the kids will come to me, oh, my mom, I want us to do this like this. Or they might say something, and the next thing you go, hey, I didn't do this when I was your age. In short, last two, whatever, when I was in the secondary school, and my this, and I had to do this, and my this, and this. Oh, mommy, sorry. When it brings such things, bring it to the negotiating table. I do it a lot. Is it what you want to do? Let me give you an example. My daughter came to my room, I think exactly a week today. Yeah, today is Saturday. She just came into my room about this time. Oh yeah, my mom, we're going out. I said, all right. And she was dressed, and she didn't tell me before. So she was wondering. Then she turned her back. She's listening in. And she came back to me. My mom, you are such an unconventional parent. I just told you we were going out, and you didn't even ask me why. Why did I not? What did you tell me before? I said, no, I don't have to. You're old enough, you're an adult, you're over 20. For you to want to go out, if you feel it is okay, fine, you go right ahead, I will just pray for you. I dare not. For you to go out, you have to plan with my mother while we're growing up. You first plan with my mother like a month before. The mother will now use time to say how to talk to father, and father will now begin to interrogate and ask questions. I don't want to do that. It is now. I'm dealing with the Generation Z. I don't want to go into the past. I don't want to think of how it would have been handled were it be my parent. Okay, so we now bring it down to now. Okay, you want to go out now. You're going to and so. All right, it's okay. There are likely, this may happen, that may happen, but those are still, and again, it depends on the age of the children we're talking about here. If they are very, very young children, then your mindfulness would have to be, you have to be mindful in a very special way. You've made them realize at this point that, okay, if this is what you want to do, I'll need to let you know the implication of what may happen. The choice eventually will be yours, though, but I'll let you know. There are certain ages, like Dr. Olajobi, we've discussed in some of the past parenting this thing before, with the different ages of children, where you know that you're fully responsible for them. You're fully responsible for those children. We're talking about between the ages of 1 to 10 years. The decision they take must be your decisions. And even at that age, I still believe that we must negotiate in the now. We must negotiate in the now and not in the past. Okay? You cannot handle an adult child the same way you will handle a toddler. They call me Maggie while my kids were growing up. And it's surprising. Sometimes they will look at me and say, wow. At a point, I remember they were calling me, no, mommy. It means no, no, no for me, because I knew that I would be responsible for whatever happens to you. Yeah. Okay? But at this age now, that's why parents must update their parenting skills. Once you're above 10 in my house, between 10 and 13, I handle you differently. From 13 and 16, it is different. From 17 to 20-something, you're on your own. I will just sit back, because I believe that I have put enough inside of you. So all you will need from me now will be prayers. That is what it means to be mindful. of now. Don't go into the past and how you were thought your generation, silent generation father taught you or trained you. No, train them in the moment.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Owuchekwa. And I think the questioner is also relating with your tag of being called a no-no mommy. So I must imagine what can be. All right, Mr. Owuchekwa, before I allow you go, I have one more question for you very quickly. But don't forget, you can join the poll. We can see out of the 56 people online, only 41% of us have taken the polls, and 57% are saying the parents are the cause, while 43% are saying it's the children who are just being illogical and unreasonable. And I have a feeling, I don't know why, I have a feeling that those who are saying it's the parents are those who are on the receiving end. That means their children whose parents are still actively involved in their life. And I have the feeling that those who are saying is the teenagers are the parents. Well, don't ask me for how I got my fact anyway. Ms. Owuchekwa, very, very quickly to that question before I release you. It says, the question I asked, how do I win the war of career? And I think this is something that's very, very pertinent, especially in this world of ours today. A lot of parents want their children to either be a medical doctor. If you're not a medical doctor, you are an engineer. If you're not an engineer, you are maybe an accountant or maybe a lawyer. So it's about the basic, the basic professions that are being here in the past. No one is talking about being a biochemist. No one is talking about being a lab scientist. No one. So this question I asked, so I want my child to become a medical doctor, but he wants to study mathematics. You can see both sciences, but at least worlds apart. So how do I win this career war? And I'm sure a lot of parents out there will also want to listen to your response to this question, because it's something that parents battle currently.
Let me say here, one of the problems we have is winning all the wars. Wanting to win all the wars. I'm sorry to say to you, you can't. You see, growing up, I wanted to become a medical doctor. I guess I was intelligent enough to be one, but I wasn't opportune to one. My parents couldn't, well, they couldn't afford it back then, and I couldn't. So I desired, oh my God, you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, you're this. I wanted my kids to be one. So I started using style. That's where I said to you that negotiation is very important. Yeah. One day, I remember it was in 2000 and I think 6 or 7, I was having a discussion with my children. Usually we have our roundtable discussion. So she said, I said, interesting, Lord doctors, I did not when I went to 1970 something, and I saw this person very well. The mother was so proud. And this and that. And my father said to me, she's on, she can remember that. Well, my mom, please, let's discuss. Don't, we are getting the message. Don't think that you can put ideas in my head. I know your students have to talk to me. All communication, very interesting. Wow. That please, I am not going to study medicine. I am not interested. So if you're thinking of being called a lawyer, a doctor, maybe you can look at your other doctors, but I know you're using stars because I want that's going to write down, I don't want to be a medical doctor. She passed a message across to me, and immediately I accepted defeat. I had lost that war. A lot of us would want to, as a geophysicist, she finished with of Lagos. While in school, she did some other things. You cannot win. When it comes to career, I am begging you. Most of us want our children to study the career we couldn't study.
We were never able to study, yeah.
We were not able to study. Where we have failed, we would want to impose on our children. Please, if you want peace of mind, I've heard stories of, recently, a young guy came to me for counseling. This was a few days back, about 2-3 days ago. And he said to me, Mommy, I think my father is jealous of me. I think just feel that I should say, why did you say that? He said, yes, because he goes out to the gym, he does this and that. And his father is feeling threatened because he couldn't be one. He wanted to be this, he couldn't, and he wanted me to be this. And I said I wasn't going to be that. I also remember a brother's friend whose father was a big-time lawyer. He was an only son, and they wanted him to study law. He ended up studying English or something. And the father, because of that, removed him from his will. As I speak with you, this guy is doing fantastically well. The father is late now. Okay, even with his English, he's doing extremely and exceedingly well. When you know, for God's sake, allow your children give them the opportunity to be who they really want to be. My daughters think, they swim, they cook, they can choose from whatever they want to do. One thing I always tell them is this: for whatever choice you have made in life, okay, remember there would always be consequences. Whatever decision, and those consequences will be borne by you and you alone. I can only feel a part. I can't be a part of those consequences. So when you're making a decision, I can only offer, I can only advise. Parents, I'm sorry, you do not know it all. You may want to, maybe you wanted to be a doctor way back then. Not now that Luth is the way it is. Not now that University of Ibadan is the way it is. In hospitals, no, they're different. They have different ideologies. They have different things to do. Luckily, I was able to get a lawyer. Okay, they can call me a lawyer now. I thank God for that. She wanted to be that from, yes, she wanted to be that from while she was 3 years old.
Wow.
Point, we tried to change her mind when she was offered Chinese language. We tried to change her. She said, no, I'm not doing Chinese. Even if they give me the whole world, I'm going to do law and I will wait till my name comes out of the university. And that was what she did. And let me tell you, she's fantastic. Even the one that did the physics, fantastic as well. If you had forced or imposed and tried to win the war, it would have been them losing the war and losing their future. Parents need to understand that. Let us help to guide them and not drag them into our world. Let us help to guide them into their world so that they are not, if it is, you are not the one that will be in the school, you're not the one that will read the exams, do the exams for them, please allow them to make their choices. Let us guide them. Let us let them know. They don't have to inherit your law firm. They don't have to. They don't have to inherit your hospitals. They could get doctors to come and manage your hospital. They could get lawyers to come and manage your law firms.
Yes, exactly.
Allow them to be who they want to be. Even if it is Christian CRS they want to study in university, allow them to go ahead and study whatever they want. And you will be the happier for it.
Wow.
We don't win all over.
Wow. 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 These are the kind of discussions I always wish that we had the whole day to talk about. And Ms. Onwuchekwa, sincerely, last year it was fantastic listening to you. This year is another amazing story. And I can tell you that if we had the chance, I would allow you go on and on and on. But because for every interaction, for every message you pass, there's always something to take home from you. Say thank you so much for making our time today. We know that we are passionate about this, and if we allow you the ground, the whole of today will not be enough for you to talk. But because like time is not our friend, we just have to make do with the little that we have with us. So thank you so much, Ms. Onwuchekwa. There are a lot of questions here, and I hope our other facilitators are able to chip in one or two things in for the other questions. All right, so our poll will be coming to an end very soon. So like the poll is what do you think triggers the misbehaviors of teenagers today? Is it the parents or the teenagers who are just being unreasonable? 5% of people online have already taken this poll. And just like Ms. Onwuchekwa was mentioning, and someone also confirmed, is the law of choices and consequences, especially in this age and today. Very quickly, without further ado, our next facilitator is another amazing person whose profile will just make you wonder. Such people still exist on earth because of the amount of time, because of the level of dedication they have given to the cause they've decided to pursue. I'm talking about someone who is a teacher and has been a school administrator and teacher for 26 years. I believe a child of about that age will be about getting married. That is, yes. Imagine someone who has been a teacher and a school administrator is almost like the entire life of someone. He's a strong believer in the inseparability of real success in life and discipline. This particular individual I'm talking about, who is going to be taking us on our next discussion for today, which is upscaling parenting. He is the former principal of Bellina College, which represented Lagos State 4 times in the national competitions and won the Shell NNPC music competition a whopping 5 times. He is presently the administrator of Sifman College, Sabo Yaba. He is married to Mrs. Ugochi Julie and is blessed with 4 children. Wow, like I told you, it's going to be a packed event today. And He is our Father. Permit me to use that. And he's someone who is here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, I know your hands are not too busy. Even if your physical hands are busy, your virtual hands are not busy. Jam them together as I welcome to you, as I present to us for our next session, Mr. Adewale Gabriel. Good morning, Mr. Afolabi. Yes, I saw Mr. Afolabi on already, so I guess he's perhaps okay. I think I can hear his voice now. Good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you very much. How is everybody doing?
We are very well, thank you. It's indeed a great privilege to have you here with us today. And wow, I can see
it's a great privilege.
You're almost like set as if you are going out to school again today. That's so fantastic. It's more like it's a part of you already.
Somehow.
That's
right. It. That's
thank
it.
You, sir. You have the floor.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you.
Good morning, sir.
For this great. Good morning. I want to thank you for this great privilege to share my experience as a teacher and as a parent. It's indeed a great honor, and I want to thank Brainin Educare. There's a big task, and I want to say that I've not come to speak as a pro, but as a learner in the business of parenting. A generation actually cannot be better than the sum of the parenting of the families. And a lot of responsibility as parents if the world must get better. There are expectations. There is the divine expectation from God who gave the children in the first place, for you to bring up the children the way He would want you to, and not we parents sometimes feel we should bring them up. There is a societal expectation. The expectation from the society, because these children are training them, it's a kind of way of socializing them, making them fit into the society. And so the society is expecting certain things from us. There is an expectation, a posterity expectation, that later on in life, what will these children turn out to be? Our future places a demand on us. And we've got to fulfill that expectation now, so that we don't have a future of regret, but so that we will look back and thank God. By the grace of God, as it's been said, I'm a teacher and a father of 4, 3 boys and a girl. To realize that it is not who you are or what you have that really matters or guarantee the quality of your children's life. You can be a teacher or an imam or pastor. That does not automatically translate to your children actually turning out well in life. Sometimes also, we think we're doing enough, or if something happens before we realize that we're not actually doing enough. And you know, of life of our children is a function of how much, though that may not be the sole function, but it's a function of how much we put in as parents. This actually little occurred to me. I mean, I wasn't quite aware of this those years until I got struck with certain happening, even with my first son. And then I learned some vital lessons, which I just want to share. I've had the privilege of teaching and training children who have turned out well. In fact, one of them is the proprietor of the school I teach in now. That's Sipman College, where I am the administrator. Well, little did I know that it is not the years of experience of what you are or who you are, but there are other factors that one actually into. And that's actually what I want to share with you this morning. I want to start by thanking God Almighty who gave me these children and who has given me the privilege of training other people's children for over 26 years now. And thank God for the various lessons I've come to learn from my teacher, from my children. I've learned over this period that parenting must be deliberate. It's not something that comes naturally. Children don't train, they are trained. Children are rather trained. And so it's not to be expected that as my child clocks this age, certain things will naturally fall in place. And so as he grows to a certain age, you know, sometimes we just make the mistake, expecting that my child is of this age and so he should be able to do this when you actually have not trained that child that way. We say it in management that if you don't train them, you don't blame them. And that applies more in the family than even at our workplaces. And so there is need for deliberate action as regards training our children. It is so important that we are deliberate at it. I also believe that I believe strongly in the perfect blending of the old, traditional, and modern values, a perfect blend. We cannot throw away our old traditional values. There are some of them that are still of great value till date and will continue to be. However, the modern values are of importance as well. Permits this coinage that I believe in psychosocial approach. We have the provision. From the psychological point of view, as regards raising children. But we have the sociological view as well. These two must be balanced for us to effectively train our children. We need knowledge, special knowledge that you don't just acquire naturally, but perhaps through learning, because as a parent, you just have to learn. Reading books and it's not just reading about my business, reading about the subject I teach, reading about my profession, but we just have to study about parenting. We need special knowledge. We need knowledge. Time is required. Enough time for first-hand training and for follow-up. First-hand training and for follow-up. But we get it all wrong these days. We parents, when our businesses, our work, take off all the time away from the training of our children. We leave the house as early as 5 a.m. and we come back as late as 10 p.m. when the children must have gone to bed, or sometime as late as 12 midnight. Weekends, we have functions to attend. No time for these children. That's like digging a grave. You can spend all your time making all the money in this world. If your children fail, if my children fail, we have failed. You can become whatever. But back home, if your children are not doing well, they destroy whatever is it that you have built. There's need for time. There's need also to start early, from infancy. For some of my children, I started late. And that I had a great price to pay for it. But thank God Almighty for his mercy. Somebody said you even start from the womb. Those children need to be captured, need to be molded from a very tender age, so that they will know that this is the way I should. And one thing about it is that if we don't give enough attention to training our children, and there are so many excuses, there are so many reasons we give, but none is actually acceptable. If we don't give attention to training the children, it not only affects our life here on earth, but our eternity. It is very, very important. You see, when we leave children and we think they will just fit into the normal life, continuously, it's just like having an uncultivated land. Such land will grow weeds and not crops. And even if there be any crop growing on such land, I bet you there will be a preponderance of weeds that will choke the crop up. The minds of children is like an uncultivated land. When you leave children on their own without proper training, it's like an uncultivated land. The societal ills will crop in. Social media will train them the way you never expected. They will be led astray beyond your wildest imagination. And so there is need actually to be deliberate, to have a perfect blend of traditional and modern values in training these children, to study about the various stages in life and what to do with our children. The need for time for these children, to give them attention. I've seen cases over the years where parents have been invited to school and it is repeated complaints that I don't have time. They don't have time, but some of them have had time to actually come and cry in the school when what they expected never, what they never expected happened. That will not be our portion by the grace of God. So we see cases of parents dumping their children in the hostel and never visiting them until when they want to come and pick them at the end of the term. There are results in school that parents have not had time to come and pick. So they don't even know how their children are performing No time for them. The father is outside the country. The mother is in Abuja. The children sometimes are on their own. And a child left to himself, the Holy Book says, will bring his mother, his father also to shame. May God give us the wisdom. I wanted to say the grace. Giving us the grace. It is the wisdom to apply that grace to train these children that we actually need. There is need for continuity to ensure that these children are followed up in life. A few errors to avoid, as I've come to learn as a teacher, and as follows. Number one, that we don't overprotect our children. Overprotection is a major problem. When we overprotect our children, they cannot take decisions on their own. They find it difficult, not impossible, to face challenges later in life because you've not taught them how to do things. And that's not good enough. That's really not good enough. Overprotection is a big problem. Some parents have nothing like house chores for their children. Some funny experience I had some students in the hostel, and on Saturday I was in school. Oh, it's time for everybody to come out and wash your clothes, only to find that those that have never washed their clothes, even underwear, preponderated. Point in time, I said, you are going to cook your food today, everybody in the hostel. Many have never cooked, though they were between 12 and 17. They've never cooked. Overprotection. Some cannot just do certain things for themselves. Though they live just a stone's throw from the school. They cannot go home on their own, even at 15. Overprotection is one thing that we must avoid. And there's too much assignment. My child is always doing assignment and so on like that. How do we teach them hard work or smart workers? How do we teach them when parents complain of assignment? And you know what they're talking about? Once in a week assignment. And maybe 2 times a week for maths and English. Hey, I don't want my child to be so stressed out and so on. That's not good. And I pray God will help us to realize the damage we're doing to the lives of these children and to correct it before it is too late. So we should not overprotect our children. Number 2, indulgence. Indulging these children. Sometimes when a child goes wrong, without even hearing that the detail of the whole thing, you've taken side with the child. Oh, it's not my child. Nobody should discipline my child. You are indulging that child, encouraging that child to do the wrong thing for which is being corrected. And that's not good enough. Indulgence, we watch them in impunity. They do things over again with impunity. And sometimes doing a wrong thing, judging from the expectation of the society, we still say, oh, that's my boy, we praise them. Indulging our children, we make them at last what we never prayed they would turn out to be. Number 3, we should not live in self-denial. Self-denial, the need to own up about weakness or challenge of our children. They need to own up. I think your child needs to see a psychologist. And the next thing, oh, Meloma Yawiri. Why are you talking like that? I think your child needs to see a medical doctor. He can't see properly. Meloma Yafoju. My child is not blind. Your child stole a pen. He stole somebody's money. My child can never do that. He has never stolen. Self-denial. And these children are watching. You are encouraging them to do more. That's not good as a parent. We should desist from this as parents. We should also not underrate the children. The first speaker has said it all. We tend to underrate them. Oh, they are children. As a result, we leave them to themselves sometimes to watch whatever. No parental control over the DSTV. They can browse anything on the internet right in your presence. They do it sometimes even with impunity. That should not be. Don't underrate how far these children can go with what you provide for them and what they acquire on their own, even from outside. We should ensure that we need certain things in the board. A child comes home with something you never bought for that child, and you never care to ask, where did you get this from? You're not telling the child to take it back to wherever that child came. with that thing from. That is not good. Then we should avoid lingering or unresolved disagreement between our spouse. We allow children, and we even demonstrate it sometimes in the presence of these children. A house that is divided against itself shall not stand. All our efforts at training these children will not scale through if we are divided. There are ways to resolve our differences so that it will not affect the lives of our children. And we should not, sometimes these children play on our intelligence. They even stand in between us, and not for their own good. We should be very, very careful as parents to ensure that we don't allow lingering or unresolved disagreements, difference in our perspectives, in our opinions, because it mars rather than making a good life for these children. We should not avoid wrong value. We should avoid wrong values. So sorry about that. What kind of value are we putting in these children? Is life all about making money? A mother came to the school and said, my child cannot be in the boarding house any longer. Not because the boarding house is not good, but because we cannot afford it. We just cannot afford it. It will be coming from home. And the next thing, an SS3 student, he said, Mommy, I'll take care of that. And told the bursar of the school, the accountant, please give me your account number. By the next day, the boy had credited the school's account. And when this was investigated, SS3 into Yahoo. And of course, it would have been doing this at home, bringing things home and so on. Parents are happy. My child is making money. May God have mercy on us. They come to school. What kind of things do you even provide for them? I strongly believe a child in secondary school does not need a phone. It's a major distractor. A major distractor. But what do we see these days? It's like I'm even getting tired of seizing phones. But I will not relent. I will not. Some of them come into school with iPhone 11, iPhone 8, Samsung S10, S7 to school. And we see these things with them at home. What value? And we tend to say, oh, that might be. And what you hear them talk about now is that I want to be a celebrity. And so they go about saying, it's about music, get me right. In as much as that, be anything wrong about that. But when that is your preoccupation now as a child, and you are not laying the right foundation. No education, no education, but all you do is about singing pop song and so on like that. And when it comes to academic work, it is zero. I don't know what kind of future such a child will have. Parents. And for some of the girls too, they go out. My daughter is bringing word from girls, even in secondary school, not just universities these days, having sugar daddies and bringing money to the family, and you're indulging them. Such is not good. However, we should show our children love. James Dobson, a foremost American psychologist who has worked with many American governments, Reagan, Bill Clinton, and so on. And I strongly recommend that parents read some of his books. Books like Dare to Discipline, Turning Hearts Home. And in Turning Hearts Home, parents should strive to ensure that the heart of the children are turned home, not out there. We should make the home a place to desire by these children. And love can do that. True love. True love. And I know that God Almighty will help us.
Amen, sir. Thank you, sir.
Having said,
okay, yeah, just to quickly remind you, sir, that if we could kindly round up, as time is actually not on our side, as your time is up, sir. All right, sir.
Just a minute, sir.
All right, sir.
To round up off, I just want to say, all I've said will fail without this one factor that I now, God factor. God factor. God gave us these children. And if we instill godliness in our children, it will help them a great deal in life. If we involve God in our parenting, He will give us the wisdom and insight into how best to handle our children. There was a problem of a man. There was this story of a man who had a problem with his car, Ford car. And all efforts proved abortive to fix the car, until a man just passed by and said, "What's the problem?" And just within a few minutes, the man fixed the car. And as he was going, the man that fixed the car was going away, he said, "I am Ford, the man that designed this car." God designed us and these children. Let's take everything back to Him, and it shall be well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Afolabi. And striking, like I said earlier, for those of us who joined at the beginning, I mentioned that today it's the kind of day that you would have loved that we had the whole of today to talk about parenting, because parenting and its challenges, especially in these challenging and uncertain times, is something that we need to talk about. Thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. You mentioned a lot of things that are, first of which I would like to mention is the fact that the parenting of then and now, we can't just discard then and say because it's the new age, we have to integrate them. Like they always say, "Àgbà kì í wà lọ́jà, kó rí ọmọ tuntun wọ̀." You can't do away with the olden day way of training children. We just need to look for a way of integrating them and upscaling, just like his topic talked about. And so sad, you mentioned something about parents not coming to pick up their children's end of term or end of session results. And somebody mentioned on the chat that how is that? How is that even possible? You send the child to school for an whole term or even an whole session, and at the end, you don't even get to know how such a child is faring. It's indeed very sad. And I'm sure that parents who are here today would take a lot of things away from a year for today. Sir, we don't even have time. I'm trying to see if we can take at least just one question, because there are a lot of questions that have been popping in, but I'm sure that our next session would touch a lot of aspects of the session, the questions that people have been asking. All right, someone asked if there are any books you could recommend for those who want to read on parenting. If there are parenting books or articles or whatever materials that you can suggest for them to actually upscale their parenting.
Yes. James Dobson's book, James Dobson. Quite a lot of books by James Dobson. James Dobson, D-O-B, James, then D-O-B-S-O-N. We have Dare to This, Turning Hearts Home, Raising Boys, The Strong-Willed Child, Bringing Up Boys. Bringing Up Boys, Parenting Isn't for Cowards. Parenting Isn't for Cowards. And so many other things.
So if I may ask,
those are a few.
Yes, all these books you mentioned, are they all authored by James Dobson?
They are all authored by James Dobson.
Wow.
And you can check James Dobson's out on the net. Focus on the family.
Interesting. All right. So yeah. Thank you so much, sir. I've typed out the names of those books which Mr. Afolabi has mentioned. Written, all authored by James Dobson. We have Turning Hearts Home, Raising Boys, The Strong-Willed Child, Bringing Up Boys, and Parenting Isn't for Cowards. Interesting. I would have loved. So we have a poll currently going on. The poll is which parenting style is more effective. I can see that, interesting enough, 51% of people online have already taken that poll. So if you have not, kindly do so very quickly. Which style of parenting is more effective to groom a child well and also to ensure love and happiness in the home? Do you think it's the firm, strict, and protective? Do you think it's a free and let me handle it? And do you think is it that I don't know? All right, so I can see that a lot of people are going for the firm, strict, and protective. That's interesting to know. And I'm sure our next session will talk more on this. Just to take a couple of comments before we quickly dive into our next session. And someone mentioned that I know someone who was forced to read medicine. He spent 10 years on. In the last exams, he dropped out of media school and went to read political science in Unilag. Wow, that's one interesting. And I can also remember one of a colleague who went to School of Medicine. He was in School of Medicine for like 10 years. He kept repeating, kept failing. And after 10 years, he could not take it any longer. He told his father, in fact, he absconded and then went on to study mass communication. Fast forward down to 2018 or so, he graduated as the best student in mass communication in that university. Wow. Interesting times ahead of us, interesting things, interesting discussions. But like I said, time will definitely not permit us to take all the comments and our contributions, but for all, you can also read through the comment sections to enjoy the interesting contributions and aspects and opinions of other people who have also shared. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about time we go for our next session. And for those of us who are just joining, or perhaps you stumbled here either by error of omission or commission, or you decided to join intentionally, this is the annual Parenting Summit organized by Bringing Educare Services and the educational consulting firm right here in the heart of Nigeria, Lagos. Our next session, we'll be talking about the nurturing cycle. And this is something that's very interesting. For those of us who asked questions earlier about how to bring up children between a particular age, between particular periods, I think you should pay a very rapt attention to this session. Our facilitator is someone, in fact, it is safe to say she is the brain behind today's summit, as she is the CEO of Brainy Educare Services. She is a management consultant par excellence who enjoys coaching aspiring entrepreneurs and career people on self-development and business ethics. She has a background in chemistry, guidance counseling, and educational psychology at the graduate level and postgraduate levels, all from the prestigious University of Lagos. She has a certificate in entrepreneurship management from the Enterprise Development Center of the Pan-Atlantic University. She also has a certification in school leadership and management from Harvard Business School and Harvard Graduate School of Education. She is an alumna of Sherry Blair Mentoring Foundation. And this is someone who has been at the forefront of staging unique programs targeted at motivating for lifelong learning. She has several presentations and lectures, as well as hands-on workshops on emotional health, wellness, hygiene, and even emotional first aid. She recently published a series of emotional wellness kits for children and teens, first of its kind. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, so to also say, she is also a child protection expert. In fact, she's all that has to do with child learning and upbringing. I present to you one of the finest counselors we have in Nigeria, Mrs. Eniola Olajobi. Can I hear claps from my audience? Can I hear? Oh, thank you for that. Who is that? Thank you so much, sir, Mr. Falabi. Thank you so much. It's good to actually get the feel of a real clap.
Hey, good morning, parents. It's good to be here.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me in. I hope you can all hear me clearly.
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to be talking to us about the nurturing cycle. But before I start, I want to say a very, very big thank you to my two ogas that spoke earlier, Mrs. Onchekwa and Mr. Falabi. You have made my task easier because all of what you said is a I will just be doing like a continuation of what you both said, because the honest truth is we do definitely need a lot of upskilling to get better at the art of parenting. So I'm talking about the nurturing cycle, and I'll just take us back a bit to what a cycle means. CYCLE. A cycle is like a series of events that follow each other in a repeated manner, or in a particular arranged form, or we can say a cycle is a complete set or a complete series. So when we say nurturing cycle in parenting, what are we referring to? Mr. Falabi said, and I'm going to repeat, children need to be trained. They don't come in ready-made. No, they come in and we have to work on them to get the results that we want to get. So I'm going to use the similitude of feeding, nutrition. That's one thing we all can relate with very easily. But before I do so, about a month ago, I was in a conversation, or I was listening to a conversation of two parents, and both mothers, and they have grown-up children, and one of the mothers was telling the other one that, madam, you're so lucky, so this one is in this place now, oh, this one is doing this now, your children are doing so well, oh, you're so lucky, and this and that. And the other lady said, we thank God. I just watched on and I smiled. As much as we know that children will turn out to a certain extent based on various factors like the environment, like the exposure, and of course the G factor, which we all agree is very important, and Mr. Falabi kept reminding us, because when you take away G, which means God, from grace, what you have is race. So we all know that is important, and like the Yoruba would say, meaning for those of us that do not speak Yoruba, it is only God that is able to help us raise responsible children. That is a fact that we cannot contend with. Yes. However, there is also the fact that children do not come in ready-made, and they will not grow into responsible individuals by default. There has to be a conscious effort. There has to be a series or a sequence of activities that are regularly repeated in a particular order to get desired results. That is what the nurturing cycle is about. So when a child is born, for example, in fact, before a child is born, the day a woman gets pregnant, we begin the nurturing. Oh, my wife's pregnant. I can't afford for her to go out in the sun. I don't want her going out in the afternoon. She can't stress herself. And the woman will say, oh, I'm pregnant. I have to eat balanced diet. I have to do this. I have to do that. So right before the child is born, the nutrition of the child begins to take an important place in our lives. And once the child is born, we know
Ebuka.
Or even before, already, oh, what am I going to be given? Oh, they say this is good. Oh, they say that is good. Okay, I'm sorry, I got logged out. I think there was a network glitch there. I'm back in now. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can anyone hear me? I'm back in now.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Claire.
Okay, sir. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, so I'll just go on. And like I was saying, so when we talk about nutrition, we ensure that the child takes food morning, afternoon, night, and then they take in between meals. And, you know, sometimes we give them boosters and all of this and all of that. So I have used the feeding cycle as an example because it has shown us all the traits of a cycle. The first one is consistency. You are going to feed your child every day. You won't say, oh, this child is 5 years old. I've been feeding this child for 5 years. Enough for feeding. You are now 5. Please, no more food in this house. We're not going to say that. The cycle hasn't ended if there's still life. The child has to continue feeding. And as they move on, they're going to increase in what they take. What a 5-year-old would take is way less than what a teenager would take. And we understand that, and we increase. I remember, for example, when my children were still much younger, in fact, when they were very little in nursery school, 2 slices of bread and they're fine. By the time they became teenagers, oh dear me, 7 slices, they're telling you, oh, can I have 2 more? 9 slices, they're asking if they can still have 2. Like, oh my God, are you going to eat an entire loaf? So we understand that for feeding, these demands are consistent and the quality matters. It's not just about giving them food. So you are giving them balanced diet. You want there to be egg, milk, meat, fish in their diet because you know it has a role that it plays. And then in between, they're taking all sorts of things. And then once in a while, they also take booster. So even though they're eating well, you may want to give some kind of vitamins or something just to boost their health. And then there will always be opportunity for you to evaluate. And these 5 things I just called out are the same things that are necessary with the nurturing cycle when we're talking about bringing up a responsible child. The first thing is this: it has to be consistent. The next thing is this: it has to be qualitative. It's not just consistent. So if a child is eating every day, is the child eating balanced diet? Otherwise, the child is going to become malnourished. So if I'm training my child and I'm infusing behavior, is it positive behavior? Is it qualitative? And then are there others like the extras, the jaras, the boosters that I am doing to ensure that this child comes out well? And are there opportunities for me to evaluate and check that, okay, this child is on the path? Because like Mr. Folabi said, a lot of times we just believe that children will turn out fine by default. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. We have to keep nurturing and cultivating. It's like a piece of land. For us to keep it intact, we have to keep weeding off. We have to keep watering. Even if the rain is falling, you want to be sure that the water isn't too much or isn't too little. So you have to do extra. You have to keep checking. And that is the same thing with nurturing our children when it comes to behavior, when it comes to manners, when it comes to emotional stability. Yes, there will be differences based on personality types. So child A will be different from child B. And that's why there's no one method fits for all in parenting. And what this means is that we have to be aware of the challenges ahead. One of the books that Mr. Falabi showed us, the title is Parenting is Not for Cowards. I agree completely, because parenting is not a joke. It's a big deal. The nurturing cycle for child A will be different from the nurturing cycle for child B. And we have to be detailed enough to ensure that we are able to create what fits every child's personality and the environment. We're able to ensure we influence the environment enough for these children to turn out fine. We know about the nature-nurture principle. We know that nurture will beat nature any day, hands down. And thankfully, we're having a panel session today about all shades of superstars. So we know that irrespective of the fact that, oh, this child is going to be very stubborn because the father or the mother is very stubborn, we know that we can nurture this child into an individual who may still be strong-willed, but will be ready to listen and would appreciate the importance of people having varying opinions and point of view if we get the environment right. So all of these things are the things that we need to put into consideration when we're talking about the nurturing cycle. I know I don't have a lot of time, but I'll just very quickly now talk about what the pitfalls that parents fall into and how to avoid this pitfall. The first one is that nurturing has to be from scratch. It has to be from scratch. The same way we begin to pay attention to nutrition even before the child is born, we need to pay attention to manners, behavior, personality, emotional stability, and everything else that you need to have a responsible adult from scratch. There's nothing like this child is still too young. There's nothing like too young to misbehave. Even when a child, and you know, when I say this, people say, really? Does it mean you can beat a 6-month-old child? And I said, helping a child to know the right thing to do has nothing to do with beating. So correcting a child has nothing to do with beating. Nothing at all. Letting a child know that this is the right thing to do is something that it absolutely has to start from day one. So even while you have a baby that is just 6 months old that you're breastfeeding and this child maybe has 1 or 2 teeth, and the child bites you during breastfeeding, it's okay to frown and say, ouch, that hurts. Oh, don't bite mommy. You have just, in a very subtle manner, made the child know that there's something called empathy. Whether you like it or not, children are learning things even before they were born. Research has shown that even in the tummy, they learn. Talk less of when they've come out of the tummy. So please, please, and please, the nurturing cycle is from day 1. Too many times, parents want to start nurturing children with behavior when they are already 3, 4 years old. And by the way, a child's personality is formed between the ages of 6 and 7. So what are we talking about? Age 3, age 4, you say, don't do that. And then the child looks at you and then, oh, and then they're telling you no, because the child has not learned. So there's never a time that a child is too young to be put right. And putting right has nothing to do with shouting or beating or all the other things that we tend to tag as discipline. So 1, nurturing cycle has to be from scratch. It has to be from day 1. But I know we have people here who already have children who are either toddlers or they're grown-ups or they're teenagers or whatever age, and I'll come to that. So if we missed out on certain things starting from scratch, what then can we do? Which hopefully should answer some of the questions that are still in the chat box. The second thing is it has to be consistent. It has to be consistent. The same way we don't ever stop feeding them because we've been feeding them for years. We cannot stop telling them. Some parents tell me, Ms. Olajobi, I've been telling this child about these manners for this years. We're going to be building them as if we're building a house. Yes, yes, yes. That's why it's called a cycle. It's going to be continuous and repeated. You cannot tell a child in one day, don't, for example, if you don't want to be interrupted while you're talking and you want your child to just use a sign, maybe to just raise a hand to signify that, excuse me, I need to tell you something. And you tell this child once, and you think that that is sufficient. You are joking, my dear parents. It's not going to suffice. You have to repeat it. It has to be consistent. You have to tell the child again and again. If you've observed that a child is telling lies or a child is doing certain things that you're not happy with, you have to repeat it. You have to have conversations about it. You have to, look for different ways to explain the same thing. You have to understand that as humans, reinforcement is the only effective way we learn. I know my name because I've heard my name several times. It's not because my name is easy. It's because I've heard it several times. How many of us remember the president of Zaire back then? Mebutu Sese Seko Kuku Ngbedu was a banger. How many of you remember his full name? How many of you can say the name? I can say it, not because I'm smarter, but because I had to learn it. So reinforcement is the only way we learn as humans, not just the children. So please let us be ready to be consistent with the nurturing cycle. There are no quick fixes, and the results will also be gradual over time. So sometimes parents tell me that, oh, my child started telling lies, what should I do? Or my child is not responsible, he's never taking responsibility, what can I do? And then I say, oh, do this, do that. And then before you know it, I've tried, it's not working, the child is still doing it. I'm like, hello, you just started 2 weeks ago or 1 month ago, and this child is 10 or 12. So it means this child has started doing this. Maybe you didn't realize it for like a decade, and then you want it solved in 2 weeks. Human behavior doesn't work that way. So invariably, it will take time. It will take effort. The result will be gradual. You'll get to a tipping point. It'll get to a time where it looks like nothing is working, but it is working. Sometimes because you see someone every day, you do not realize that there's a change. You need to be ready to celebrate small successes and to be grateful for the opportunity to nurture a child, because it's a cycle and it's going to be very, very gradual. And like I said, it will vary from one child to the other. So these basically are the levels. The first level is they will see you do things. Number one, they see you do things as the passive level when they're like between the ages of 0 to 6. They see you do things. At that stage, you're like a mini God. So you want to ensure that everything you do, you're communicating with them and you let them know it's okay to make mistakes. Don't castigate them. Let them just, and that's the level you want to put your feet down and make your rules. I see a lot of parents wanting to make rules that they did not make when the children were young, now that their children are teenagers. And I tell them, you have missed that level one. Level one is they see, so put your feet down. Level two, they learn, so put your feet down, make your rules, and let them know the consequences. Level three, we instruct. And at that level, we are still putting our feet down, but they're still children because we're like demigods and we mean the world to them. Yes. But by level four, my dear parents, they are individuating. And that's the level where they become preteens or teenagers. And the process of individuating can be tough. It can be painful. A lot of parents are scared because they start to wonder, what is my child turning out into? But I tell parents, whatever you have put down in level 1, 2, 3 will definitely catch up with them. So there's nothing to be afraid of. Sometimes some parents say, hey, don't do this, don't do that. You know, we want to overprotect them. That's the time for them to individuate and become their own person. We can't not continue to micromanage them. That period is already over. And when we try to do so, they become rebellious and we have issues with them. So what do we then do? And that takes me to level 5. We negotiate. Level 5, you can't win it all anymore. Ms. Onwuchekwa has said it. You have a teenager that is as tall as you or even taller than you in the house and you want to hit him or hit her. Are you joking? You don't want your teenager to hold your hand and say, ha, mommy, ha, mommy. That's what the Yorubas will say, etetimbo. You're already, I don't know how to translate that in English. Maybe somebody will help. It's like you're going to get, you're making a fool of yourself. If you want to hit a child who's a teenager, you need to negotiate. You can't win it all anymore. And then, of course, the final stage of the nurturing cycle is we collaborate. We collaborate. At this stage, we're now like partners in progress. And it's at that stage they become adult children, and we understand that we're adults and they're adults, and it's okay for them not to agree with us all the time and vice versa. So these are the stages of the nurturing cycle, and we must be ready, and we must understand it can't be one-off. Sometimes, you know, we want to expose our children to certain self-development programs, leadership skills or something like that, and then they come for 1 or 2 sessions and you say you can't see any difference. It's like having a malnourished child take a balanced diet on a Sunday morning, and by Sunday afternoon you want to see something. It's going to be gradual, it's going to take time, but I'm optimistic that we're going to be patient, and that's what this session is meant to be about. It's meant to tell us to please be ready to do the same thing over and over again and be confident in our own abilities as parents, and to tell us that at different stages, there are different things that we need to do to the children. Again, I'm going to go through the 6 levels of the nurturing cycle very quickly to help those of us that ask questions about the different ages. The first level, they see what we do. That's the passive level. The next level is still passive. They learn from what we do. The third level is we instruct. We, the parents, we instruct. The next level is they individuate. The children now, they're becoming their own person, and we have to give them room to become who they are, which sometimes may look a bit different from what you think. And then level 5 is we negotiate. And this we now has become both parent and child. We negotiate, and the final level is we collaborate, and the collaboration is also between the parents and child. So in the nurturing cycle, there's the passive part of it, and there's the active part of it. We cannot tell a child, this and this and this is what I expect you to do if we've been doing something else. Because mind you, the very first way they learned was they see. They had already seen all the things that we did, and they've learned passively. So your active lessons is supposed to be very closely related to your passive lessons. The active ones are supposed to be related. And yes, we will make mistakes as parents. It's okay to acknowledge. It's okay to tell your child, I'm sorry. A lot of times we expect that we're always right as adults, and we know this is not always the case. So I'm going to stop there. I have taken more than my time, and I hope that I've answered the question. There was a question about a child who's in the arts or who loves to study sciences, but you've seen that there are more hard tendencies. But I know that the second panel, which is about all shades of superstars, should take care of that. But I'll just say, let the children do what they love. Let them do what they want. Even though there's what we call talent, there's also what we call interest. If the child is interested enough, if the child is determined enough, the child can build capacity in that regard. The child can build capacity in that regard. But if you say a child is talented in an area and you force a child to be there, the child may lose interest, and then that capacity that you think the child had may go down, and you're not able to get anything out of it at the end of the day. Yes, so basically that's it on the nurturing cycle. Thank you very much for having me. I'm going to hand over back to the actor now. Over to you. Okay, maybe I've been given extra.
Yeah. Thank you. I was going to join Mr. Afolabi in also giving you a clap. Thank you so much for actually helping us to do that very, very succinctly in the little time you had. Thank you so much, Mr. Alajobi. Sadly, we might not be able to take much questions from you, but I'm sure that the next two sessions, the panelist sessions, will address most of the questions that will be coming up for this. Thank you so much, Mr. Alajobi, for your time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to our very first panel session for today, and it's going to be talking about the work-life balance. I'm sure a lot of us might have heard of a work-life balance before, but what readily comes to mind in that situation is for a person, an individual, to be able to manage between his personal life and then his work life, and at both ends try to succeed. But today it's going to take a bit of a twist, such that it's going to take the twist in that it will be like looking at how these members of the panel have been able to manage between being successful in their various careers and then being successful in the home front as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got three wonderful panelists on the first session. However, I've also got another wonderful moderator who is going to be handling this session. Our moderator is the senior executive producer at Plus TV. She is a media person. She has been in this media space for as long as I can remember, perhaps since I was young, I don't know. She is someone who is very passionate about kids and having to involve them, and she's very passionate about giving kids the opportunity to express themselves. I remember at one of our programs at the Children's Day, I remember a session on how the kids did not want her to leave, but of course, we just had to make do with what we had that day. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this session, talking on work-life balance, is Miss Fumi Akinshola. But I can see on our screen, you might see Onwe Jefe on our screen, so it's fine. She's the same person. She has not been cloned. Good afternoon, Miss Fumi. Great to have you here. Oh, please help unmute Miss Fumi. She's saying something and I'm so excited, but I can't hear her. Yes, Miss Fumi, you can try unmuting yourself now. Miss Fumi, could you kindly unmute yourself? Okay, I guess Miss Fumi is trying to, okay, the host should unmute her. Okay, Miss Fumi, could you try unmuting now? Yes.
Okay, yes, I can. Yeah, because I've been trying to unmute myself. I keep saying the host doesn't. It's better. Can you hear me now?
Yes, devil is a liar. We can hear you loud and clear.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. O. Thank you, Dr. O. Thank you for always having me for this sessions as a participant and as a moderator. It's always very enlightening for me. So good afternoon, everyone. I was reading the profile of my co-anchors. Oh wow, of my panelists. Oh wow, it's so interesting. So you're going to help me, Latif. You're going to help me read their profiles.
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
so
going to
but
skip.
before that, I just want to. I really like that I was given this topic because, especially in Lagos, I don't know about you guys. Oh, I work on the island. I live on the mainland. I live in Pound Grove, and
Wow.
recently it has taken. In this past week, commuting to work, no matter how early I try to set out. So one day I actually set out at about 6:30 a.m. and I got to work at 8:25.
Wow.
I got to work at 8:25. And so most times I'm always caught in between when I'm leaving work. Should I start leaving early to complete my 8 hours? But I'm a manager at work, so you can't even really literally do the 8 hours that all your other staff do. And so there's something I'm always worried about. Okay, should I wait? So I can wait out the traffic. But the thing is, by the time you wait out the traffic, you come back home. My son has gone to bed, and then So I'm really looking forward to moderating this panel and learning from the other people. I remember one of the speakers saying about, when you're in secondary school, you shouldn't have a phone so that you don't get distracted. But because I'm trying to put this work-life balance, because luckily I have my sister staying with me, and then I have a housekeeper, but she had to leave during this whole COVID period. I had to get my son a phone because there was no way I could keep in touch with him at home to just find out how he's doing and everything. So, all right, Latif, I'll let you start first. So please introduce the panelists, and so we can get into our session.
Yes, and just to reiterate your point there, looking at the profile of our facilitators for this session, and I'm almost like, are you sure this is one person or many people merged into one? But of course, one amazing person. In no particular order, I'm going to start with our first panelist. She is currently the group head of small and medium scale business, SME, in SunTrust Bank Nigeria PL Limited, with over 20 years of experience in banking and consulting. Very quickly, she has one time worked with Oceanic Bank PLC and EcoBank. She was the lead CEO consultant at Prinzot Global Consulting, where she had responsibility of strategic and making tactical decisions. That sounded like tactical units, like SWAT. All right, she is a thought leader on SME with consultants for commercial banks and the Bank of Industry, BOI, a facilitator for the Graduate Entrepreneurship Fund, Youth Entrepreneurship Support Product, YESP. She is, in fact, in over 10,000 SMEs launched 50 years. All right, in this role that she has played, she has successfully built for over 10,000 SMEs, launched 50 entrepreneurs within 5 years who have a combined assets in size of $10 million US. Excuse me, ma'am. Is it one person? Excuse me, ma'am. Is it you, Wakako? One person. In fact, a name ralliates and make me radiate. And I remember Ralia, the sugar girl. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the awesome Mrs. Raliat Oye today. Good afternoon, ma'am. Great to have you here.
Good afternoon, ma.
The tech guys, please allow our panelists unmute. Hello, ma'am. Can you unmute now?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Finally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me this afternoon.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us, ma'am. It's awesome having you here with us today. Very quickly, I'll move to our next panelist. Mr. TJ is usually called unusual TJ. I'm like rhymes, I'm going into the spirit now. He's usually unusual. He's fondly called unusual TJ. His name is Tejiri Jerry Chuno. He's an idea and brand strategist, a print and publishing consultant, but a team motivator and a designer. He is a mentor, a team mentor with over 22 years of experience, helping teams manage and navigate their teen years. He co-founded Teen on Fire leadership initiative. Wow. And I guess he also must be on fire. As a family wellness coach, a US certified one at that, and a family system design practitioner, he helps families design healthy systems that create desirable environments to raise influential teens. This sounds like an examination explanation to me. He founded the Nursing Fathers community. Wow, Nursing Fathers.
Interesting. Very interesting. I'm going to ask you about that.
Exactly, something on that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this person I speak of, he helps brand communicate the essence to gain visibility, development, and it also does graphic and web designs. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the usually unusual TJ Chunu. TJ Chunu, good to have you here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, TJ
Chunu. TJ Chunu here with us. Yeah, I think I saw him online. Yes. Rescue mission. Help us extradite TJ Chunu. Mission. SWAT.
The real rescue mission.
You know, we have a tactical person here already, so it will be very easy. She's tactical. She can give us strategic and tactical. DJ Chunu, can you hear me? Oh, I guess COVID and internet and technology is doing a lot to us today. I remember last year it was physical, it was so interactive, it was.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, finally. You have been rescued. Welcome, TJ Chunu.
Hello.
Yes, TJ
we can hear
you loud and clear.
Oh, sorry. I had to step out of the meeting I was to join in here. Yes.
Oh, wow. You look like a nurse, I must say. You look like a nurse, I must say.
Me?
Yes. Don't ask me why I think that, but I just have the feeling you look like a nurse.
So good afternoon, everyone. I can see Ralia here. I can see Fumi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, TJ.
Hi, TJ.
Good afternoon, Eniola. I can see you. Great to see you.
All right, our final panelist for today. She is someone who is a mom, and she has been telling her parenting story in exciting ways to encourage other parents. She is the mind behind the popular Instagram. A lot of us might have seen this on Instagram. Parents wey sabi. Let's go. Parents wey sabi. She provides unique parenting insights through exciting storytelling. Parents wey sabi has so far reached 4,000 parents on Instagram. You can imagine how massive that kind of reach is. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you someone who simply wants to be called Mrs. Amaka. Is it Amaka Chico or Amaka Dilio? Amaka Anastasia. Sounds like anesthetic. Doctor, this thing look like a medical something though. We have a nurse here. We have it. Miss Fumi, you've got your hands full today. Over to you, please.
All right, thank you very much, Lateef. Thank you so much. You did a good job. I hope we all can hear me. At some point, I may take off my video because sometimes I always feel like when the video is not on, it will help to reduce the bandwidth so that freezing. Yes, I'll just focus on the audio. Okay, so I'll start with Mrs. Oyetunde and talk about, we're talking about work-life balance. And so I want to go, my first question to you, because there's this when many people, when they were growing up, will say that their mothers were not working, their parents, and even when they were working, mothers were probably being teachers or working in the ministry so that they could close at a particular time. I could run home to be with the children. My first question to you was, did anybody ever, you are very, I'm reading, when I read your profile, when I got your profile, I was just like, oh my God, this is a very busy woman and all of that. At any point in your career or when you started working, did anybody guilt trip you to say that, with all this work and everything that you are doing, how will you have time for your family? How will you have time for your business and for your family and then for your work? Did anybody try to guilt trip you to resign at some point to just be a stay-at-home mom? And if yes, there was, how did you handle it?
Okay, thank you, Fumi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Ma.
Okay, thank you. I have worked for 20 years and I've always worked in Lagos. I grew up in a working family, but very early on in life, at the age of 9, I took charge of my mother's kitchen out of 16 children. I close school at 2 p.m. and I make lunch for everybody. After making lunch, I go to Quranic class and I still come back and handle dinner. So I was brought up to be responsible, knowing that going to school doesn't keep me away from work, doing my house chores. Going to school doesn't keep me away from going for Arabic classes. Going to school doesn't prevent me from playing. So because of that upbringing, it was easy for me to multitask when I started working in the bank. I came straight from school and started working in the bank. Coincidentally, last year, I had taken a break from banking to run my own consulting firm. And last year, by March last year, I was running 4 businesses. And I went to my daughter's school for one of those parents listing, and a mother asked me, no, it wasn't PTA meeting, it was visiting day at Agbara. Okay. And a mother asked me, Raliat, despite your busy schedule, you are a helicopter mom, you are everywhere. And I said, it's deliberate. It's planning. I deliberately planned it. I deliberately hire my staff. I deliberately plan where I live. I deliberately plan the school my kids attend. I deliberately plan not to carry designer bag or wear expensive clothes because I want to be able to afford extra 2 nannies. When my kids were pretty young, I have 3 daughters. Every daughter had a nanny. I had 3 nannies and I was paying them like 25,000 naira per month. That is because I chose not to carry a bag of $2,000. I chose to keep money enough to look after each kid. So in the morning, when we are all rushing to go to work, my husband works 9 to 5, I do 9 to 5, the kids are going to school, they were young. So a nanny is getting every child ready. I had a cook. The cook is getting everything ready because I grew up in an environment where you have to do it. One does not stop the other. And I don't look at it as work-life balance. If you call it work-life balance, that means it's a binary division. You are putting life and you are putting work and you are dividing it to get equal figure. I call it work-life integration. So there must be a synergy between work, between home, between community, between yourself, between your health, in your marriage. So when you look at it holistically as work-life integration, you don't have any guilt. Earlier this year, without knowing that COVID was coming in, I decided again I wanted to go back into 9 to 5, into full employment to work in the bank. And I took that decision because my last child was already in primary 6, preparing to go into the boarding house. So I know that in another 1 year, my nest was going to be empty and I needed space. I simply had a conversation with my husband and said, I want to go back into 9 to 5. And this time around, as a group head, I have 1 hour break. So I can decide to go to work at 9, but I'll close at 6 or 7. So in the morning, I get the kids out, I get Oga out, I plan lunch, I plan dinner, and I can be at work till 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. and interact. So it's a deliberate thing. Nobody guilt trip me or put me into a compromising position because I deliberately set her to be a career woman, a responsible wife, and an involved parent. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. If I like what you've said about planning. I'd like us to go into to break that down further. But let me just ask the next panelist, because you really have to, you make it sound so easy, but it takes a lot of detailing, a lot of work. And also, before we go to the next panel, another thing that you mentioned was using other people to help you. So you talked about hiring nannies, because another thing I find out is that many people always still guilt trip women to say, low be money or low somewhere, you know, all those kind of emotional blackmail. But before I come back to that question, I would like to ask TJ, because I like that part of your profile where they talked about you saying nursing fathers. TJ, are you there?
Very much here. I can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon again. So I like that. First of all, I would like to find out, how did you come about that nursing father? That's my first question. My second question is, oftentimes when we talk about, I would like to borrow Riley's word about integration. So I really like it. So when we say work-life integration, many times people always feel that mothers are the ones that should make, the sacrifices, even though now, unlike 20 or 30 years ago, a lot of more women are actively joining in the workforce. And so they are the ones who have to probably quit their jobs, make a sacrifice, go into a less paying career for time and all of that. How do we begin to get more fathers, husbands, and men to begin to see the need to support their spouses and also even their colleagues, at work? So I at one time I worked with a supervisor who had said to me that he was not going to spend so much money to hire a female staff, and he said why? Because the lady was about to get married, and he said, oh, because in a few months time now she will go for maternity leave, she'll go for like 4 months or 5 months, and so who will pay for that? Who will do that work while she has that break? And it's you say that's a main thing to say, but yes, even though many people don't voice this, they still have that undertone when they are hiring or relating with people. How do we begin to get more men involved to help with the work-life balance?
Thank you very much for me, and I'm excited to be here. Thanks again, Eniola and the team, for inviting me. And Ralia, I loved your entry. It was so on point.
Yeah, so strong.
Yes, some points. However, I really don't see work life. I see life as work. So I don't have that division anywhere. Life is work. If you're not ready to work, you're not ready to leave. From day one, we have been working. We worked to get a voice as a child. We always wanted to speak. So you've been working from birth. While you were in school, you worked to pass your academic work. It's called academic work again. There was chores at home. I think all those things were preparing us for independence. And at this point, it's no longer work, whether it's a career or anything. It's just a part of your life. So the question to me, rephrasing this whole question, is how do you make your life work with numerous demands? So I don't see work and life. I see life as work. Back to your question. Thank you. Back to your question. I run a nursing fathers community. I have 4 children. Unfortunately, I wasn't there for 3 of them. And, it's not like I didn't want to be there for them, but I just happened not to be there. And then the 4th one was on her way coming, and I told myself, you know what, I'm not going to do this. I don't intend getting another one. I'm not going to do what I did for the past 3. I want to be a part of the process. And I picked a book, and the first page I saw in the book was the author said, imagine a bag of cement being tied to your stomach. He was just trying to explain what women go through for 9 months rather. And I couldn't even read further because just that page got me thinking. So this is what my wife goes through. This is what she's been going through. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to support her all through the process. And I was there till she gave birth. I was in the theater and all that. And when I watched her push, I literally knelt down. I went on the phone. I called my mom. I said, Mom, is this what you did for me? I'm sorry for my life all the while. I'm very sorry. And on behalf of all the other children, I'm kneeling to apologize. I couldn't just imagine, what women go through. And I want to use this opportunity to celebrate every woman, Amaka, Ralia, Eniola, those on my screen, and everyone watching. I want to really, really, really celebrate you. Yes. The world sometimes, the truth is, we really don't understand what you go through. I tell a lot of young people that when you say, I know, especially ladies, when I know the pain of childbirth, I say you don't know it until you go through it. You don't know it, you have no idea. So I really celebrate women. So moving from, so that informed me because I told myself, if a lot more men, know what their wives go through, they will not put so much unrealistic demands on them. 2, it makes them appreciate them and appreciate all that women do. And then also I started thinking, I know the importance of the fathers in the life of the child. And part of the reason why the society is the way it is because of the absence of fathers. And I have been working on myself. I thank God I had a father who was present for me. I have chosen to be, present for others. And I just also thought about it. Why not influence or inspire other men through my understanding, to get more involved? And the truth is, when fathers are more involved in their family life, they build a more stable family. They have happier mothers and wives. And they have children who are more focused, who are more submissive to learning, as it were, and many others. So I thought about all this and I said, you know what? Okay, I did not say I'm going to do that. I started sharing my experience day one with my child. I put it on my status. I was getting all kind of feedback. I called it daddy duty, day 2, daddy duty, day 3, until I got to day 15 and I stopped. And everybody was asking me, where's day 16 and day 17? And I asked them, it's now your turn to continue the story. I've done my part. So I got a lot of ladies chatting me up and, oh, I wish my husband can be like this. Oh, I wish men can see this. And okay. Since that's a wish for many women, let me get talking to men. So I gathered, I wrote on my status, do you have a husband? Are you pregnant? Do you have a husband who you love to be a nursing father? I wrote to fathers and people started responding and it was cool. We started 2, 3, 4, now about 30 with members from US, UK and other places. And it's an interesting community because in that place, you see men they come naked. We come to scream. We come to, the things they can't tell their wife. We come to the group and we tell them, this woman just did this. And it's also healing for them. And then we're learning also how to become better fathers so that we can raise better children and then have a better society. So that's how all that started. And right now we are having our 30 days fatherhood story. We call it a 45 fatherhood, where we share all our experiences. So how's it been being a father? And in the process, we are learning amazing things because even the children are reminding us about God, about how a lot more. Yes, children remind us about God. I'm a Christian, and somewhere in the Bible, it says that for us to get into the kingdom, we have to be like children again. And that has, brought us back to that experience where we learn to trust. We learn to live with pureness of thoughts and all that. So it's been a wonderful journey. How do we get fathers involved? I think we need to start a conversation. Fortunately, our culture has disoriented us or misoriented us, misinformed us. So we have many men right now don't know that they are working with an orientation that is detrimental to the healthy growth of their family. Trust me, they do not know. So they are working in the masculinity of their reality, which is to impose authority by command. And just, it's more of dictatorship because you're so autocratic in your home. Truth is, they don't know otherwise. They don't know how to do better than they currently are doing. The truth is, if they know better, they will be doing better. So one of the things we need to do is, start a subtle orientation. Just like some women pointed their husbands to me, Reverend Lorida, who's also got me on her platform, I spoke, and a lot of fathers, came running my direction. We need to start these conversations. We need to start projecting role models for other men, because men want to talk. The truth is, men want to talk. Men want to talk. Trust me, men want to talk. It's just that, the orientation locks them away from opening up in your space. So are they healthy space? Can we point them in that direction? Can we subtly suggest, sometimes you just go to your husband and tell him, honey, there's this guy you should not listen to. The truth is, they will listen to you, okay? But can you subtly suggest to them, put things around that will make them ask questions, that will excite their interest, in finding this? We need to start the conversation. Now, that is one thing. Then we have to amplify the conversations. Just like Eniola got me in here, there are a lot of other men I know doing great things. There's DJ Rawo and all that, doing great things with men, Kiroko as well, doing great things for fathers. We need to start getting them to be more seen in our events as women. Anywhere we have men, whether religious or otherwise, start getting men on board the conversations. Even if it's a women only, sometimes having a man show up it's just a plus for the man's community as well. And that's another thing we can do. Now, it's also interesting to note that every woman, and I know every woman, I believe, okay, I should say I believe every woman would say this, every woman sincerely desires the support of their spouse. True or true?
True.
Yeah,
Very
awesome.
true.
Every woman desires the support of their spouse. Sadly, while there is the cultural orientation playing on the man, there's also a cultural orientation playing on the woman as well. And sometimes she isn't aware of this. And that is or not, let me not say cultural orientation, it could also be social orientation, because you see, many of them have been built with their own experiences that have frustrated their current reality that makes them respond to the man in a way that shuts him down. So I'm going to ask women, there's a story in the Bible about Samson and Delilah. I don't know if you all know that story. And I love Delilah, not because she's I didn't love the fact that, he had to cut Samson's hair. That is why, I had to go shave all my hair. So nobody would shave it for me, okay? But I love the fact that Delilah was able to get Samson to do what she wanted him to do. And that simply pointed to me that every woman has the ability to make their man do what they want to do. The question is, are you harnessing that ability? So my third point here is to women, win your man. Just the way you had him come running to you for marriage, you win your man over. You have the power. Never think it's so a big mountain, or it's what's the word? It's so a task that you can't do. You have the power to win your man over. Please will it. And the truth is, we love to be won. Okay. I think most times when we get married, at the end of the day, we become big babies, but we just can't cry. I'm going to stop here.
Thank you.
Okay, I really enjoyed your. You didn't just call yourself a baby, TJ.
Big baby.
What does my wife call me?
Baby.
Baby. Interesting. I really, really like what you're doing. I really hope it gets into more platforms, into corporate environment, especially because now where I think was it in the US that first started this fathers going on paternity leave, and people were frowning their faces. And some people were worried that if fathers go on paternity leave, maybe they will not even use the leave to support their spouses. They'll just be at home drinking with their friends and just celebrating. But look, I feel like it's a first step to start with from somewhere. So that's a great initiative you're doing. Please continue to speak to more men, encourage them as much as you can. I know the session is supposed to finish at 12:40, but I'll beg the host to give us 2 extra minutes while I ask him. Amaka, I know this Amaka will not disappoint. Good afternoon, Amaka. Thank you for joining us. So I wanted to find out from you, it's a lot of work for parents at this time. I was just sharing my personal experience of how traffic, my workload and everything. There was something very instructive that Mrs. Oyetini had talked about earlier on about she had nannies and help. So how can parents begin to there are a lot of stories, bad stories outside about nannies or relatives, but how can parents begin to use some of their their workers, their relatives, or maybe the most efficient way, I won't say use, but to get support from other family members, or what support system or what support structures should parents have to help them to do this work-life integration, successfully?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I think the first things first is I need to know my why. Why am I getting, because Mrs. Oyetune said something here. It was intentional. She knew her why. Why am I having 3 nannies for my 3 daughters? What is my why? Then when I get my why, what is my value, my family value? Then when I get my family value, then the question next is, now I have my family value, where is the vision leading us to? Where is the vision leading us to? Now, if I find out my why, my value, and my vision, now my support system, it has to be intentional. Why am I choosing this particular person as my support system? Am I just going to the village like every other person does? Okay, let me just pick this young girl or this young boy. They now come in, be my children's nanny. You didn't check up on anything. We can actually go back to the drawing board and ask ourselves, why did people like Mr. Yetunde get it right? Where did they pick their nannies from? You don't just go in and pick a random person. Support system is not just walking in and picking up because she's my cousin, because she's my niece. No, or because my friend recommended this person. Right now, there are companies that, their job is to train nannies. They train nannies. So you don't just come in and have anyhow nannies in your home. So they train these nannies, they have their data, they have their documents, they know everything about these nannies. So you don't just come in and bring anybody. Then when we have done all of this, the next thing that we have to do is truly, yes, technology is moving. So even parents must move. We can use technology, not just dropping a phone in my home. Okay, there's a phone at home, my son can pick it up or my nanny can pick it up. No. When we talk about technology, we are talking about technology that has to tell us or show us what happens in our home. Seriously, human beings are support system, very strong ones, but technology is a major support system if we use it well. We don't have to abuse technology. I'm in the traffic, I want to know what's going on in my home. If I cannot call, what of the cameras that we fix at home? We need to know, do we connect them to our phones? Yes, as parents, we have to, because my work shouldn't stop because I have children. My work shouldn't stop because I'm a dad or because I'm a mom. Then what of the days you are at home 24 hours of the day? Do your eyes actually go everywhere your children are? Okay, you are at home. Good. Do you follow your child to the classroom? Are you aware of what your child does from Monday through Sunday, every 5 minutes, every 2 minutes, every 3 minutes of the day? No, you cannot be aware. But like I said, human beings are great support system, but technology is indeed valuable this time, this age. Because a whole lot of things go on in our homes when we are not there. Even when we are there, a whole lot of things happen with our children. So how do we secure our children? How do we come into our homes without being present? But then we are well informed of what is happening in our homes. Technology is the way. After we have handed everything over to God, God actually gives us wisdom as parents to now do the right thing. There are things God cannot come down to do for you and I as parents. God cannot come down to tell you, go and pay your daughter's school fees. You already know that this bill has to be paid. So all God does is to bless the work of our hands, and we are able to pay these bills. So God is not going to come down to tell you and I, you need to fix cameras in your home. You need to connect these things to your phones. You need to connect these things to your tablets and all of that. That wisdom God has given you, and you need to use that wisdom. So human supports are good, but technology is another support that one shouldn't play with, especially if you are a parent and you have children that are to be taken care of. These things are important. So it goes beyond, when we talk about parenting beyond limit, it means that we have to be intentional, we have to be versatile, we have to create intentional ideas for taking care of our children. I'm not going to be everywhere.
I need to interrupt you to ask you, because you say it so easily. CCTV cameras are quite expensive. They're quite expensive, but how many of the average parent can afford to have a CCTV camera? So, for example, let's say you live in a 2-bedroom, for example, are you going to afford to be able to put a CCTV camera in your living room or maybe in your child's room, for example? So that's another thing we should look at. So it's a brilliant idea. Yes, it has saved a lot of people, because many of the bad nanny videos that we see were thankfully caught up by CCTV cameras. But how affordable is it to the average parent, especially now? Dollar has gone up. Fuel price have gone up. Everything have gone up. I'm not trying to discourage, but I'm just trying to let us, to look for like relatable, like practical. How practical is it for us, everyone, to have a CCTV camera, in the home?
Okay, if we can't do CCTV, there are so many ways we can also do these things. When I'm getting a nanny, am I getting a nanny because I'm going to pay a nanny? Then I'm going to talk to that nanny the way I want. Let's leave CCTV. How did our parents manage raising us with nannies and they were working? Am I going to bring in anybody because anyway, I'm going to pay you, then I talk to you anyhow, I treat you anyhow? No. Let's also go back to the way it has to be done, or the way it has always been done, in quotes. Be intentional about the people you bring into your home. Be intentional about how you treat people. It's very important for me that the people I bring into my home, I must take care of them. Take care of your nanny's mental health. Take care of your nanny's physical. You need to do all these things. Beyond the salaries you pay, train your nanny. It's very important that you have an interaction with your nannies, because these are the people, after you have handed your child to God, these are the people you physically hand your children over. Now, these people are going to be with your children till you get back home. Most of the things you need to find out, these people know about them. And I'll tell you something. If you treat these people well, it is rare for them to keep anything out of you. If you treat these people well, it is rare for them to hide anything from you. Yeah, some of them, you might end up treating them well and they still, they do not appreciate it. But apart from these things happening, another thing you have to know, or we have to do, is this. 9 to 5 doesn't stop my presence, not my presence. 9 to 5 doesn't stop my presence in the life of my children. I teach, I'm a teacher, but 9 to 5, now I'm going to say something. I might not be the one checking the homework. I might have outsourced all of these things, but days like Saturday, days like Sunday, what do? I leave the urgent things and I do the important things. The important thing that very time is to have my presence with my children. And what happens? We interact, we talk, we play, we joke, we gist. How open do I leave that very day to my children to say, I'm not flipping up the phone today. I am on phone fast today, because I need to get to hear my children. I need to get to listen. I need to bring my mind, my soul, and my spirit into that of my children. Let's play, let's gist, let's talk. I'm not saying, hey, come and sit down, tell me what happened on Monday. Hey, come and sit down, did they beat you on Tuesday? No, I just want us to gist. I just want us to talk. In between the gist, children have a way of giving you better story. In between the gist, you will hear what you have not heard in the past 6 months. Now, how you manage it is left to you. So I have to be very observant. I have to be intentionally observant. I need to know. I need to be able to say, Monday to Friday, these are the urgent things, because it is my work. But you see, Saturday, Sunday, this day we are on a digital fast. Let us go out. Let us have a long drive. Let us gist. Let us interact. Oh, remind me, what of your friend? What's happening? We are making this today. Oh, the last time Auntie Kaiti was making this, I told her that I don't like this food too. What happened? Because she was forcing me to eat it. Now you have gotten that word, force. You keep it aside. Tomorrow you're still going to hear another word. So in having support system, be intentional about where you pick your support system from. Be intentional about where you, not because this person is my mother's sister's daughter, then I pick the person because the person is my family member. No.
Very true.
We have to be intentional about them. We have to know where we are getting them from. Are you ready to invest on your nannies? Apart from the salary, mentally, they need help. It's not easy to wake up 5 a.m., take care of 1 child, 2 children, 3 children. These things, you need to invest on them. How often do you give them, a break? Because they need a break too.
True.
So how often do you get involved in what happens to them? So if your nanny doesn't know your family value, have you trained your nanny on what works in your family? Because what is acceptable to me might be a taboo in my nanny's home. So have I found out about my nanny's value? Have I brought in my family value to my nanny? These things are the things my nanny needs to be aware of. How much of boundary have I respected? And how much of that boundary do I want that nanny to respect? Where do I tell the nanny, this is where I want you to stop when it comes to my children? When do I tell the nanny, this is where I want you to stop when it comes to myself? So all of these things are the things we need to question ourselves when it comes to getting a support system. So before outsourcing, I need to be sure that the source is very, very intentional about coming to give me their service. So it's not about outsourcing. Outsourcing, you can't do it alone. Even if you're a stay-at-home mom, you still cannot do it alone. Let nobody blackmail me that it's a must that I must make stew. I can actually buy stew from a supermarket and we are good to go. But
superwoman.
Nobody's a superwoman anyway. Nobody's a super being. Only God is a super being. But if they are super beings, though, it's fine for me. But we must treat these people very well. It could have been me in that position. It could have been anybody. So we must treat these people very well. We must talk to them. We are talking about magic word. Do we use magic word on these people? These are the things you and I need to understand today. So money can get us a nanny, but money cannot stop your nanny from being wicked to your children. Money can get us a nanny, but money cannot stop your nanny from being wicked. The only thing that can stop a nanny from being mean is love. But the love will come with a boundary.
Thank you, Amaka. Sorry, I have to interrupt you. Our session was supposed to end at 12:40. This is 12:49. So we're short time. Thank you so much. I really wish we had more time. I've learned so much from.
Sorry for me. The question you asked, that was amazing by Amaka. Amaka hit it. You asked a question about CCTV camera, and I wanted to say that they are affordable. I think the thought that they are not affordable is what has kept us away from maximizing technology. You can get what I call a CCTV camera as low as 10,000 naira, and then you can fix it. Okay. Yes, you can connect to your phone. So that's information we can supply later. So it's just to say that they are affordable, and also to add to the fact that Amaka has stressed on a very key important. I'm happy she ended with saying love. Every person responds to love. And nannies are humans too. Don't treat them as whatever, because the truth is they see you. And one of the things that people who work under us do is that they model what they interpret of us the best way they can. So we need to start developing people and not harvesting people. If we don't develop, then we'll have disaster in our homes. Just to add that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, TJ. And I think on that note, we're just going to end this panel session. Thank you so much, Mrs. Oyetunde, for your, talking about planning your parenting. Thank you so much, Amaka, talking about technology, talking about loving your staff, because many people really just mistreat their domestic help, the people that take care of your most prized possession, your children. You just treat them anyhow. And I really like the passion with which you spoke with. I was saying earlier on that this Amaka will not disappoint. You're so passionate. Yeah, she will not disappoint. How she came forth with her presentation. Thank you so much. And TJ, beyond this panel session, I really like to have a conversation with you about nurturing fathers. It's something that we should blow up in this whole entire Nigeria.
My baby appreciates me more right now than my wife. She even runs more to me. That's a secret for fathers. Yeah.
I really enjoyed, what you're talking about, and how it's a great thing. I hope many women will learn to let go, so that it's not like, oh, mommy, she's doing everything. They say the mother is the center of everything, and not allow their husbands to participate in supporting them. Sure. So thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. O, for allowing me moderate this session. It has been an awesome time. Thank you so much. So I'm handing over back to Lateef now. Lateef, thank you. Over to you.
Wow. These are parents we sabi. When they say parents we sabi, all of you are parents we sabi. In short, like Ms. said, if you had time, I really wish the conversation could go on and on, because right from the rallying part down to nursing father, and then to summarizing with the parents we sabi, you've all been amazing. And I must say, thank you so much. Okay, it's for me, you have something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell Amaka to go to the comment section. Somebody was just, they have a question for you there. Even though our session is over, she was saying that she has done everything to the maid. Everything you told them, she has shown them love, she has everything, but she has not had a good experience with her maid. So maybe I don't know if we have time, or you can answer her privately. Send her like a private message so that we can move on to the. Or well, that's up to Latif to decide if they can answer the question. Or
Miss Fumi,
yes,
that
now.
was not fair. That was not fair. You have to put.
No, because time. I'm always very conscious of time. We're planning. We've gone. So it's up to you. Should she answer the question of the panel session or
by the
privately?
power conferred on me by the Council of Elders, Amaka, you have 60 seconds to answer that. 60 seconds.
Okay, Amaka, go.
Oh, okay. I've equally had my own fair share of people like that. That is why I said sometimes you can do all of that, but it will not work. And now I will only tell you one thing. Speak into your morning, speak into your day, every day you wake up that I'm going to get a better nanny. Start with taking off all those things that were negative with the other experience. Start telling yourself, I'm going to get a better nanny. And this time it's going to work. The moment you begin to say it, the universe begins to bring those things close to you. Then when it's beginning to get close to you, now you say to yourself, I'm going to be intentional about the company I'm going to pick my nanny from. I'm going to be intentional with the people that are bringing in my nanny. When you go on to places like Instagram, you will see a group. These people are working. Their job is to get better nannies for you. So be positive about what you're bringing. Do not count the losses or the investment you have made on the first one. Begin to ask yourself, what lessons did I take? What are the things I need to do? You never know. You might actually be passing through these experiences to be a voice for parents who are passing through this pain, but they're enduring it. So your voice and your story begins to get you a better people into your environment. So do not give up. Better ones are here.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amaka. So you could reach out to Amaka privately, send her a direct message because they're asking, they're asking about that. And then TJ, what's the name of your platform again, so that we can get more nursing fathers? We can drag all our husbands, all our brothers, all our boyfriends, everybody, all our guards work. Every father I know has to be a nursing father. So say, how do we, just before we wrap up, how do we join that platform? How do we get more men? Do you have something on WhatsApp? Do you have a flyer? Do we share it? So we send it to people and say, please, guys, be part of this platform?
Okay, it's for now, it's just strictly a WhatsApp community. Some men can be very, very shy with telling their story out there. So it's a closed WhatsApp community. I will share the information with the host of this event, and then I think she'll push it further. But personally, they can reach me on Instagram, unusual TJ, TEAJAY, and then we'll take the conversation from there.
All right, fantastic. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Latif. Over to you now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fumi, and thank you, Mrs. Amaka, for not exceeding the 60 seconds I gave you. You can see why I say you are Mom with Sabina. So we all are parents with Sabina. Thank you so much, Mrs. Raleigh Atoyetunde. Thank you, TJ Chunu. It was a pleasure having you here. And thank you so much, Ms. Amaka with Sabi. Thank you so much for your time. Ms. Fumi, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure having you around anytime, any day. We're glad to have you around here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually sailing towards the end of today's edition of the Annual Parenting Summit by Brainy Educare Services. We have one final session to go, and it's the final panel session on all shades of superstar. Like one of my lecturers in school then we say that Eshin Okinko Ere Asadile. Quickly to translate that is that whenever a horse is racing and it sees the final lap in front of it, it does not do what? It does not waver. It puts in all its energy and ensure that that final lap is awesome. And that's what we're going to try to do for this last session. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 3 members of this panel. And interestingly, at different levels or in different spheres, they've had their own experiences with different shades of superstars. The first of all, in no particular order, I'll be taking their profiles. I'll skim through all of them because they've all got a quite extensive profile. Trust me. The first is an accredited management consultant and the CEO of NeoNeurons Concepts. That's a change management consulting firm in Lagos here. He's also a senior partner and director at Brainy Educare Services. He works with management of Marital Medical Center. Something very interesting about this particular young man, permit me to call him that, is if you tell him he's getting old, he says he's not getting old. So like I think Mr. Adimola or someone mentioned, Mr. Onchekwa mentioned, growing old younger. So that I think that's what he is. He is a doctor by profession and also a teacher. You can imagine. In fact, I can say he's more of a teacher than he is of a doctor. But of course, you can't take the professionalism and his degree away from him. He also is a member of the faculty of Takedia Institute, United States of America. He facilitates the e-learning of the mini MBA students for great career success. A trained psychotherapist who studied medicine at the prestigious University of Lagos, also has a diploma in psychology. He sits on the boards of Sidolab Health Initiative and other organizations like Bring Educare Services, Crest Care Foundation, and others. Author of a book called I'm Loving This Math. Thank you so much, Dechuno, for sharing your handle. For those of you who have not seen this book, I'm Loving This Math, it's a book that will make your children fall in love with mathematics. So if your kids are having problem with that subject, this is the book you would want to have. With an advanced diploma in human capital management, he is the founder and president of RPVI, that's Reviving Patriotic Values Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Fatai Olajobi, Dr. O, like we like to call him. Good afternoon, Dr. Olajobi. I know Dr. Olajobi is here, so I guess devil is a liar. Devil is a liar. Yeah, devil have been trying since morning to come in different shades. Because we want to do all shades of superstar now, the devil is trying to come in different shades. It's a lie. Dr. Olajobi, can you hear us?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Dr. Olajobi. It's great to see you growing young old.
Thank you.
All right, and next on that list, ma'am, when I saw your profile, just like Ms. Ralia's profile, I was asking myself, Mommy, not only you are Kakom, because this profile doesn't look like one for just one person. It looks like the profile of several amazing people joined together for just one person. And your profile is a secondary part of where we are going today. Very quickly, our next panelist is an award-winning fashion designer and trainer, skills coach, motivational speaker, the CEO, creative director at House of Henry Limited, head of faculty, Fashion and Arts Academy, and co-founder, EasyLearnCollege.com. She is a serial entrepreneur with business interests. Her fashion industry experience spans over 2 decades. She also has been involved in fashion education, teaching over 4,000 people, either individually or at the Fashion and Art Academy. In 2005, she won the award of the Nigerian Best Fashion Designer at the Nigerian Fashion Show. Wow, this is not the interesting part of her profile. She is a fellow of Vital Voices VV Go program and a Goldman Sachs scholar. We haven't gotten to the interesting part of our profile. She holds a degree in psychology from the University of Lagos and a certificate in computer-aided design and computer-aided manufacture. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have not arrived at the interesting part of our profile. She occasionally mentors other aspiring members of Faith Foundation, of which she's an alumna. Should I go on? I want to say something. Let me go to learn from my brothers. Receive the blessing I'm about to share now. Everybody, say, tell yourself, I receive this blessing. Yes. So she is the mother of one of the greatest or most promising prospects emerging out of Nigeria. If you go on YouTube, if you go on social media, just like Joshua Agbola, and then you see this amazing 10-year-old. But behind that 10-year-old is this amazing woman. Ladies and gentlemen, with us here today on this panel session is Mrs. Henrietta Agbola. Good afternoon, Mrs. Agbola. Yes, please kindly unmute yourself, ma'am.
All right. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an awesome privilege to be here. We give God all the praise. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Today, I've been pretty to myself all the long, going through the internet and seeing Joshua, and I've seen you here. I must confess to say that today is indeed a happy day for me, and I'm sure for everyone also here at this event. Our final participants, sorry, we have two members of this panel. We have 4 people here. First, a member of this panel session is a mother who is dedicated, organized, methodological, and self-motivated project manager. She has over 10 years of experience in managing multiple IT and software development projects. She, apart from all this, she's a successful mother and inventor. She writes technical writing. She's involved in internal and external communications and the management of enterprise software projects across clients in the public and private sectors. The most interesting part of her profile for me is the fact she is the mother. If I may ask, I wish this was a physical session so I could see the hands in the air. I was going to ask us, when this pandemic was so ripe at the speech, a very young, talented child, a young lady, a young girl, was all over the waves of social media and the internet. She invented a trash can that is sends to you, such that when you get close to it, it opens and you can dispose your trash without having to touch it, without having to make physical contact. This young lady is Abida Alabi, and here we have today our mother, Mrs. Naimat Alabi. Mrs. Alabi, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be among you. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good day with you.
Yeah, it's a good pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. And thank you for the wonderful work you've done with Abida. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the final member of this panel session is another amazing genius. I've been on his profile all day long, and I'm almost like, are you sure this person is a 16-year-old? Or what's the goal about it? Are you sure this guy is not reincarnated? Are you sure he's not an old man and becomes this amazing genius? Of course, he's indeed a 16-year-old. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the finest growing teenagers we have here in Nigeria and the world at large. I'm going to quickly skip through his profile, which I have surprisingly on LinkedIn. And I'm going to say I'm not so sure how many kids of his age are currently on LinkedIn. But for a 16-year-old to be on LinkedIn, and even on his profile, he says I'm a 16-year-old developer. And a 16-year-old developer with 3 years of experience. And you can use HTML, can use CSS, can use JavaScript, Bootstrap, PHP, frameworks, Laravel, Flutter, MySQL. Man, even for some of us who might have idea about this terms in the coding world, the developer can easily relate. For some of us, it sounds like grammar and gibberish. You can use Amazon Web Services. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to us one of the finest growing 16 years of the world, Eniola Osabia. Eniola Osabia.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here, Brainy Care Services.
Yes, Daniela, I must say, yes, Mr. Abu, I want to do a little bit of something. I know that you just your laptop. So what makes your laptop? Is it Apple, is it Samsung, is it HP?
Yes, it's an Apple laptop, a MacBook Pro.
It's an Apple laptop. Oh, fantastic. And interesting enough, you just got your personal laptop after about 3 years of being a developer. And your brother and sister have been giving you the laptop to you to code.
Yes, exactly.
Wow. Okay. Don't allow me to let the cat out of the bag just yet. Very quickly, I will go to Dr. Olajuwon. Dr. Olajuwon, coming to the session, a story was delivered. You know, like when you receive divine revelation. A story to my notice of several years back, because today we're talking about all shades of superstar. And we also mentioned some sections about having to win the war of career, or having a child wanting to do something, and then the parents wanting them to do another thing. And the story of this young chap, while you are in school then, of a person who had finished secondary school as a science student, but wanted to go into the finish as a commercial student, and that is, I wanted to go into the science world. And less than 2 months about this person was able to successfully take a GCE in the sciences and made all credits. Dr. Olajuwon, are you a magician, and how is this ever possible?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So the story is actually about a girl. Then I was still an undergraduate in the University of Lagos, teaching at the tutorial center. And there was this girl who finished in May, June, normally, and she finished as a commercial student then. And then as one of the tutors at the tutorial center, she walked up to me and said, I want to take GCE in the next 3 months, and I want to do sciences. You know that what I did in school is commercial, but in the next GCE, I would want to do physics, chemistry, biology, English, and math. I've never done physics or chemistry before. Do you think it is possible? I said, yes, it's possible, but I need to ask you, is it possible? Do you think it's possible? She said it's possible. So in less than 3 months, we prepared for the GCE, and she had a C6 in physics and a C5 in chemistry in that short time. It is the same exam that people have been doing, they've been learning for 3 years, physics and chemistry, and they still not make it. It is not about magic. It's about the mindset with which she applied herself to the subjects. Secondly, the hard work she put into it, you know, the growth mindset, the hard work, and finally is the grit, that resilience to keep carrying on even when it's tough. There's no magic in it. There's no big deal. And we have cases of extraordinary students, and I mean, mothers are here who also talk about their extraordinary students who came up as being extraordinary by mere effort. Yes, even those that are talented, if you don't follow up on them with hard work and discipline, they're going to lose it. You read the book by Malcolm Gladwell on outliers, you would see that parents and teachers make extraordinary people. We make geniuses. Okay, it is not like it's in the gene. It's in the gene of everybody. Everybody has gotten it in their DNA. Everyone has it in his or her DNA. It is left for us to help push it out. And that's what parents do and what teachers do. And that is what my response to that story will be. Yes, Latif.
Thank you so much for that's a very, very succinct response to that question. And like you said, it's not about magic, it's about the mindset. Very quickly, I go to Mrs. Agola. So let's introduce yourself. Yeah, so we're coming from the angle of Joshua. How amazing he's been doing. And looking at the profile, it's very evident that you are not the one that's idle. You are always busy on the move, on the run, on the go. So how has it been being able to access Joshua with a lot of things that he's come to achieve and accomplish? And I saw that he's handled a lot of sessions, facilitated sessions with adults and all. How has it been being able to manage yourself between your own work, your own career, your own profession, and getting Joshua to where he is today?
Latif, actually, it's quite difficult hearing everything you've said. I couldn't really get the scope of what you asked. But can you hear me? I just want to be sure you can hear me. Am I heard? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I'm trying to get exactly what Latif said. I couldn't really get it. Could you probably type it in the comments or something that I would be able to understand and answer adequately?
I think maybe your camera should be off first.
I don't know.
It will help you. Latif.
Okay. All right. So while he's still, coming up with a question, I would like to appreciate Edubrain Care for this very, how will I put it, a privilege to share our story with you and to thank you for the good work that you have been doing. I know this is very noble because when it comes to the care of the child or the care of the student or the care of the person that is learning, it's a very delicate work. So I must first of all appreciate this great work that Brainy Educare is doing. We appreciate you, my sister Eniola. I appreciate you so much. God bless you. So nice to have. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. But I'd just like to start out. I'm still waiting for the question, but I'd just like to start out to explain that in life, it's not only about nature. There is a need for nurture, and I'm very happy that Dr. Fatai, started out by mentioning that book, by Malcolm Gladwell, which is about the outliers. The truth of the matter is that any child can master anything. It's not about there's no child that is a superstar. There really isn't any. What we have are children who are being nurtured in their area of nature. That is it. So it's a combination of what's inside and what also you get externally from, your environment. Did you say something? Should I continue?
Yes, apologies for that. Can you hear me loud and clear now, ma'am?
Oh, yeah. Well. I think so you can maybe ask the question again.
Yes. I sincerely apologize for that. The COVID pandemic has given us a new reality, which we have to live with and we have to keep evolving until we become stable with it. So my question was actually, I said, coming from the Joshua angle and looking at your profile, okay. You are the very busy type who has a career to pursue, who has a job to do. And then how do you get to manage that with helping Joshua to also achieve his own goals and fulfill his talent? I've seen his videos online on the internet, facilitating sessions with adults, with developers around the world. And I must confess, it's something that's astonishing for a 10-year-old. So how have you, because I know like Ms. Fumi mentioned in the last session, a lot of people will have discouraged you, you don't have time for this child, how are you able to do this? And people after you have to get time, stay home and be with him. How have you been able to manage your own profession, your own career, and helping Joshua fulfill his talents?
Wow. Okay, now I can hear the question very well. That's a very interesting one. Okay. Let me start with the foundations, okay? When it comes to the foundations about your home and your marriage and your, it's important you understand your why and understand, what exactly you intend to achieve in life. Okay, so my husband and I, we've always been entrepreneurs. Yeah, my husband, worked in the corporate world a little bit, and then both of us decided to be entrepreneurs. And one of the reasons why we decided to be entrepreneurs is so that we can have time for our kids. Now, you must agree with me that entrepreneurship is a jungle. And you don't really you won't say you have all the time in the world. But the truth of the matter is that because we are both into entrepreneurship, our time is workable. That means that we have control over our time. So we can decide to stop when we want to stop. An example is, right now, I'm on vacation with my husband. So we can decide to stop business and go on vacation, all right? So it's possible, because we are both into entrepreneurship. Now, back to the question that you asked, that how have you been able to have time, for the kids and all of that, and then also with my busy schedule? I told you from the start, we decided to go into entrepreneurship because we want to be able to have control over our time and also be able to handle things that have to do with our children as well done, all right? But I must start by saying that you have to have that cooperation in your home. Now, like I said, both of us are entrepreneurs, so we both have control of our time. When I'm not around, my husband is around. When he's not around, I'm around. That's the way it has to be, because with that, you are able to give the nurture to children. You're able to give them guidance. You're able to direct them. You're able to help them in their activities. I have 3 kids. My first is going to be 19. That's Joshua's elder sister. She's in university. And then Joshua is 11. You understand? He's in JSS2. And then I have the baby of the house who's 6, who is in primary 3. So you can just, he's 7. He must not hear me say he's 6. Oh my gosh, he's 7. Caleb, if he hears that, you say, Mommy, I'm 7, I'm a big boy. So he's 7 and in primary 3. So you can just imagine, like 3 different worlds, all right? I'm in the big teenage world. I'm in the, about to be a teenager world. And I'm also in the little child's world. And that's the beauty about life. Of course, most of these things at times can be either intentional or probably caused by nature, of course. So both of us, my husband and I, and he's actually my husband, in fact, he's a strong protagonist for, empowering children, giving them an opportunity, to explore their abilities. That's it. He knows how to bring out the best in kids, right? So I'm just following in his footsteps. So we are doing this thing together. So we've been able to, work around, children care, basically because we're both in entrepreneurship. I hope that, answers part of the question.
Wow, yes, it definitely does do that. Because, okay, so basically it was a deliberate decision between you and your husband so that you could get involved with your children. Fantastic. I think this actually sums up what our other panelists and discussers have been saying since at the beginning, that parenting has to be deliberate. You have to make deliberate planning. It's not something that you just stumbled upon. All right, very quickly, I'll go to Eniola. Eniola, can you hear me? Any for sure. That's your handle. Any for sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Kindly allow.
I was having some network issues, so.
Okay. Yes. Fantastic. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Glad that you can now hear, and I believe we all can hear you now. All right, Eniola. Very quickly, looking at your profile for a 16-year-old, it's almost seeming like it's impossible. Like for someone who is just 16 to, after I saw on your Twitter, you say you're no longer 15 and you're now 16 years. So that's for you like a mileage. So how has it been, and how has the support from home been, especially because regardless of how intelligent or how fantastic a child can be, if the support system at home is nothing to write them about, it will be very, very difficult for you to live your potential. How has it been, especially from your parents, having to support you, do all the things that you do, and still being in secondary school? Eniola, are you there? Oops, I think we are having little hiccups connecting well with Eniola. Eniola, can you hear me?
Okay.
Eniola, are you there?
Yes, I am. I didn't get the last part. I think it's.
Okay, did you get my question? All right, did you get my question?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right.
You said he didn't get the last part of your question.
Oh, you didn't get the last part. I asked, how has it been for you having to combine what you do at home, in school rather, and your programming career, and especially, or most importantly, the support from your parents. How has it been for you? Eniola, are you there? Okay, I think he's having network challenges. Yeah. All right. While we're waiting for Eniola to sort that, I'll quickly switch over to Mrs. Alabi while we await Eniola's return. I guess he's trying to reconnect. All right, Mrs. Alabi, are you there with us, please? Hello, Mrs. Alabi. Yes, but I wouldn't know if. Okay, I could hear you earlier and then it started breaking. So I wouldn't know if it's just my network or.
Yes, it's the network. I don't know if you can hear me now. I'm probably going to have to turn off my video. So
Yes, okay. Yes, I think I can hear you loud and clear now. I can hear you loud and
all right then, great.
clear now.
Hello.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, this is Naima Talabi.
Oh, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. I was muted before.
Oh, okay, fantastic, fantastic. All right, so very quickly, ma'am. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So the question, please.
All right. Yes. So Abida, recently she's been all over the internet space about her invention, and from it's easy to say that she picks up perhaps ingenuity from her mom, because it seems that it looks like they also have a background in IT. So I want to ask, how has it been helping Abida to cope and helping her get to where she is now, especially with her new invention? First, as perhaps a mentor in the field of IT, but most importantly, as a parent. You know, at this age of ours is one that young ones actually are more prone to bring up a lot of surprises and become what's not, especially for teenagers. So, how has it been for you as a mother and as a guider for her on this path that she's going?
Okay. Good afternoon once again, and it's a great pleasure to be among all the very eminent people that have been speaking all along. You rightly said, I'm into computing field. I have been in computing line for over 15 years. Before I got married, I've been in computing. I have ND, BSc, MSc, and all my life experience in computing line. So it's like she started learning computing right from pregnancy. So I just she always liked to be with computer, and we were just thinking it's a normal thing, you know. Like my mother was doing gari, and by default, I learned how to do gari. Making gari was part of my life. So we thought working with computer was just part of our life until when our teacher, our ICT teacher discovered her. Like Dr. Olajobi said, like takes the teachers and the parents to discover a child. And like our first speaker said, our first panelist, Mrs. Agbola, that all children are superstars. It just takes maybe the grace of God, an opportunity, or just one incident to trigger that chance to know that this child actually has these greater potentials in this particular field. It was a teacher that actually discovered her, and even before the news came out, there were a lot of things that they do. Abida is a student of Jakonde Estate Comprehensive Senior College, Abeson. It's a government school inside the Abeson Estate. To answer your question, he said, how do I cope and what are our participations in activities? It actually comes with a lot of challenge when your children are here and they are there. During the pandemic, let me use that as an example. During the lockdown, Abida, apart from being interested in ICT, she also likes to talk. She says she wants to be a motivational speaker. I don't know where she got that from, but she likes to talk. She has interest in language. During the lockdown, she just picked interest. She said, Mommy, I want to learn Spanish. In fact, I started learning before I got to know. She just started speaking. She would speak and ask me to answer. I said, which one is this? She said, Spanish. Okay. She learned Spanish on her own. She created a group. How do I go about this? Like you said, I am a default manager that she's not paying for. I'm a parent that is involved in everything she does. So after she learned, she said, Mommy, I want to start teaching people. You know, part of what they also teach them in school is they call them innovators. Whatever they do, they should go to the society and replicate same. So she has this mentality that anything she learns, she must also teach people. People come to our house, she wants to tell them this headline, this person quote, and I say, this one said, and I quote. And all that. So that's how she started. She was teaching people Spanish. After Spanish, she said, what's the next thing? She wants to go into graphic designing. She learned that, started downloading my data, her data. Before you know, she's into graphic designing. The next thing is, I am restless. Abida is very restless. That is one aspect that to cope with has not been an easy thing. She's very restless. After this, she wants to move to another one. So after teaching them Spanish, she moves to graphic. I also belong to a number of WhatsApp groups. So we're able to make adverts, come and join, free training. Before you know it, she was able to train almost 200 children too during the lockdown. In fact, not only children, some mothers too had to join because, you know, everybody now we're into design. You want to advertise your product, you want to do videos. But one great challenge that I feel when your child is out there, that you find a way to manage is the mentality of that child. It comes with a lot of enviness from their peers. There was a day she was in school and she just went to use one of our ICT teachers' phone to call me and she was almost crying. I mean, what happened? She said to me, I should see what her friend said. She said, are you the only one? Where they want to do this one, that one. And the thing really got into her. I said, just calm down. Where are you? Leave that place. Just relax. It's normal. You know this experience, that experience here and there. For me, I think that has been a major thing that I've been finding a way to manage, to make sure it does not bring her down. Because when she experiences things like that, when she comes, she just feel like, oh, what is my offense? I didn't ask to be called. Like something just happened now. She was just pronounced the head girl of our school yesterday. And before that, a lot of things happened. Like she came home one day and she just said, Mommy, I'm tired. It's like people around me. I cannot trust them anymore. I heard this person saying this. I heard that one saying that. I said, this position that you are, how many of them are in that position? Like, it is normal. So before she even experiences that, we try, myself and mother, I don't do this all alone. Our father is also an educationist, though he's a teacher, but I'm like the teacher for the children. He trains me and I train the children. It's only when things go beyond me that I contact him. It takes effort from my side and from daddy's side to mentor that what you are facing, it is normal. Anybody in that position is likely to face that. Don't see them as your enemy. Any child, everybody dreams to be in the position that you are now. And for them not to be there, it's normal for them to behave the way they behave. So I can say the major challenge, apart from juggling our school activities with all these things, is managing our emotions among our peers. Somehow this also affects our time to read because they are preparing. They're always going for one activities or the other. So we just have to find a way. Every time we're doing schedule together, bring your timetable. How do you want to read? What have you read? And all that. So managing our time and managing our emotion, I can say there are two major things that we'll be trying to find a way to go around that. Thank you. Hello?
Mr. Latif, we can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, so yes, I said thank you so much, Mrs. Alabi, for that answer, for that response. So Dr. Lajobi and Mrs. Agbola, don't be running out of time, but I will come back to you, both of you, and especially on some things Mrs. Alabi mentioned about their mental health and helping children to cope. You know, some of them at this point in time, helping them to manage the externalities that come with such fame and then their mental health. But I'll come to you both very shortly. Eniola, I think your network is better now, right? You can please unmute yourself.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Yes, fantastic. I noticed that when Mrs. Alabi was mentioning some things, I could read your lips. Well, I'm no addiction, but I could read your lips. I said, wow, when she mentioned that Abidat has now been pronounced the head girl of our school. And not coincidentally, amazingly, you're also the head boy of your school. I hope I'm correct.
Yes.
Yes, so you could relate with that. And when she mentioned some things about having to cope with people seeming like it looks like envy, yes, but like they say, as when you're in this kind of position, a lot of things will come with it. So Eniola, now taking from what Mrs. Alabi has mentioned, how have you been able to cope with all of this, especially from friends and colleagues who are maybe your age mates or even who are even older to you? Then combining that with still being level-headed and being submissive to your parents, because like it is now, you're a superstar. Everywhere you go, Eniola this, any that, any that. So how have you been able to ensure that, and your parents as well, what role have they played in ensuring that Eniola, yes, you're a superstar, but you will still be level-headed and be responsible?
Okay, so first off, the kind of idea we like to employ here at home is like try to at least be independent. And I'll say it is still my same friends that actually played a major role, because there's actually a particular girl I talk to a lot. She's like a very close person to me. And she's really one that, like, I don't know, I just feel like when I talk to her and then she explains how, because actually I really, really understand what Mrs. Alabi was actually talking about. Mine was, it was even a whole lot more, because there were some kind of complications, and I was always like one of those students that teachers, usually like, and as well as they may call us teacher's pet. Okay. So it was actually a really tough one. And they're like, yeah, it's the teacher's pet, is this, is that. Yeah, he already talks to the principal, he's always coming up with ideas, he's always in front of things, this, like that. And you just be like, okay, yes. And actually a whole lot of things were just coming up, and I really don't even know how I handled it. I'll just say maybe it's by the grace of God, because at times I'll just feel down. I'll be like, okay, I'll try to do this again. Maybe if I don't see anything or don't act anything or don't don't respond, I should just keep looking at them. They will probably be like, all right, so wait, why are we talking? And then this guy's not even saying anything. Maybe that will probably like silence them off or something. But I really do not know how I handle that. And I actually talk to a friend who, gives me advice and just be like, just fash it them. Of course, this kind of thing will come up. And then of course, my brother too, I'll just come on and be like, bro, do you know what just happened today? And I just be like, oh, it's normal. It's normal. Like, so I think that idea of, trying to understand that it's something normal and then it is going to actually happen made me to really get over it fast, but it actually came true. So that's why I was really able to understand what Mr. Alabi was saying, like a whole lot.
All right, thank you so much, Eniola. Like I mentioned, it's something that you can actually relate to me, and I'm glad that to have you on this session. Dr. Ladomi, very quickly, we do not have any long time, so I'll just take one more question round. Dr. Lajobi, Mr. Labi mentioned something about eating deeply into their mental health. And being someone who has, sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, all right. So being someone, Dr. Lajobi, being someone who has managed several kinds of superstars, so to say, from those who have academic challenges to those who are trying to up their game, especially in academics, managing societal pressure, emotional stress. How do you think that parents can, because here we're talking about parenting essentially, and it's very, very important that parents play a major role in helping to shape the children. So how do you think parents can help, or how have you, based on experience, been able to assist parents to ensure that they are very much involved, especially in this emotional aspect for these children?
Okay, thank you for the question. The most important thing is for parents to be there for these children. And then to be there for them, we ourselves must be emotionally intelligent. Emotional intelligence is being able to handle your own emotions in such a way that what is happening around you would not determine what you do, but rather what you know is right should be done. So when we ourselves are fine and mentally healthy, it will be easy for us to tell the kids stories. We need to tell our kids stories. We need to tell our students stories about those that were popular, those that are very successful, that people worked against them. When you are successful, you're like a celebrity. Some people are happy, some people are not happy. Some people will show up congratulating you. Some of them are not really happy with you. They are praying for your downfall in their minds. It's not only in Africa, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So, I must tell you that if you've read the story of Mark Zuckerberg, you will know that they've told him several to sell Facebook, even before he got to this level. They schemed out Steve Jobs from his company before he came back into the company again. Twitter, the person that founded Twitter, or one of the co-founders, is no more there. He was schemed out. A lot of things like that. So you must know that it will happen, and you'll be fine. Last. So you tell yourself you'll be fine. You hear stories, you tell yourself it's just part of the process. So as parents, we tell our kids stories like this, stories of people that have been successful. I share my own stories with my kids. So my son runs a small firm, and so one day he told me something happened, and he said, "Oh, Daddy, now I understand you. So some of your friends are not truly your friends." I used to tell him, it is not all the people you see with me that are my friends. So you don't just open up to everybody you see with me, or they tell you, your daddy said I should give you this, and just take it and put it in your mouth. No. It's not only in Africa, it's everywhere. And so when we tell them stories, like, they learn from it, and when things happen to them, really, they're able to cope with it. You don't throw them off balance. They know that things like this will happen, and that should not move them so much. When they say you are bad, you ask yourself, are you truly bad? You are not bad. They want you to feel bad so that you will lose the game you are winning already. So we tell them, we'll be close to them, we share stories with them, we support them, and then they'll be fine mentally. If we are fine mentally, to carry them along across on the path of their success journey. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Lachobi. So it's safe to say, from what you just said, that you can't give what you don't have. So for you to be able to help them, you actually also need to be mentally stable. Finally, for you, Mrs. Agbola, for Joshua, I'm sure, so you've heard Mrs. Alabi speak, you've heard Eniola also speak, you've heard their stories and the things that their friends or people around them say or they think about them. So how have you been able to help Joshua, that's on the path, to not let the things that people get to him, because it's about sharing different experiences and then picking from each of them. So how have you been able to help Joshua think away from those things? That's a part on that. Secondly, you know, it's easy for a child at this level, when he sees that he's the talk of the town, to get into his head and maybe grow arrogant or not be respectful and other things that are not so palatable. How has it been for Joshua, and how have you been able to curb those excesses such that it remains level-headed and it does not get out of hand?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Wow, I mean, just listening to Mrs. Alabi's story and listening to Eniola, his own experiences in school, I was just saying, well, it's the same. It's the same. Because, I mean, one of the things that my husband and I had to do, because we wanted to ensure that our children are well exposed to all opportunities as much as possible, all right, is that we had to look for a school that can accommodate, you know, the opportunities that he has before him, because he got an internship, you know, with Semicolon, and they eventually gave him a scholarship to come and do software engineering for 1 year. So, and then we were like in the valley of decision, that should we allow him have a gap year and then focus on his software engineering profession, or should we allow him have the best of two worlds? That means that find a school that can give us that opportunity for him to still go to his classes. It was a lot of work trying to find that school, but eventually we did. In fact, I even had to, you know, overcome discouragements along the way, because my own school, I went to University of Lagos International School. I was hoping that they would be so, you know, happy to take him. I said, no, they can't allow that kind of, you know, come to school 2 days or then go to, but we were able to find a school that was thinking outside the box, you know, for him to be able to come to school twice a week and then go to his software engineering school 3 times a week. So on Monday and Tuesdays, he goes to his normal regular school, and Wednesday to Friday, he goes to his software engineering school. Now, obviously, you know, that would bring up a lot of issues, all right? The first issue that would bring up is balance. How would he be able to balance, you know, his academics with his profession? Now, the truth of the matter is that we all know that schooling is overrated in a way. Education is not, but schooling is overrated. And school is something that we parents, you know, came up with, you know, to put our kids, to make them, keep them busy while we go about, you know, looking for our own daily needs. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree with that. When you're on holiday, parents are always on the neck that you guys should resume, you must resume, you must resume.
You get the point. In 18th century, 17th something, 19, children are not going to school. They used to have governesses that will come and teach them all the things that they need to know. So we created this contraption called school for our children to be kept busy while we go about our daily activities. So first of all, you know, that contraption called school comes with its own backload of things. So we discussed with them, and they were very open, you know, they allowed him to come, but they told us, oh, based on this perimeters or parameters, and he has to do his assignments, he has to copy his notes, he has to do this and that, you know. And the truth of the matter is that, yes, we may try to eat our cake and have it, but one might suffer a little bit. So one of the things that we had to try and create that balance, we said, look, the truth of the matter is that you cannot get this 100% off. Of course, the reason why they allowed him to do that was because he's a scholarship student in the school. He got 6-year scholarship in this same secondary school, you know. So that's why they gave him that opportunity to do so. Now, the next thing comes to, of course, his schoolwork. How does he balance it? We help him out. It got to a point he was discouraged. Oh, I can't get to write all my notes. I can't get to finish all my, well, the assignments. I was able to finish all the assignments, but the notes, the projects and things, you know, you just have to keep on encouraging him that, look, you know the reason why we're doing this. And the reason is because of his psychology. You know how it is when a child takes a gap year, and then the child who came out the top in his school, in primary school, take the gap year, and he now sees his other classmates in
Ahead
JSS2 and
of
in
him.
JSS1.
Yeah.
That is serious. He couldn't take that one. She understands. Okay, yes, you want to eat your cake and have it. So it has to come with all of these things, and you have to work out to manage it. All right. So he's been able to cope this much. We thank God. I mean, he's been able to cope very well. The other thing is because he's a scholar. Yes. The other thing is that his classmates are like, "Are you the only one? Why? Why? You know, that kind of. Please, you're not all that." You know, so when he gets, if you imagine how he feels, he gets into the world of adults, and adults are giving him accolades and say, "Wow, whiskey, wow." Then he now gets into the midst of his classmates and they're like saying, "Oh, please, please," you know, that kind of. So he has that first thing that how would I? He can come and like my classmates are like they don't really like me. I said the truth of the matter is I don't know everybody's going to like you, but you have to make sure that you are also good to them. Don't have any air of being superior over anybody. You know, I remember my husband actually told that he should take, you know, chocolates. You know, he bought chocolates for his classmates, shared with them, you know, give them gifts, talk to them kindly, because the truth of the matter is that people who have this kind of accomplishments, no matter what you say, you're just being normal, but they'll say, the person is proud.
Yeah.
So we have to go the extra mile to show kindness, love, you know, happiness to your friends. So that when you come in there, they feel like, oh, this person, even though you're going the extra, you're doing the extra, you know.
It looks ordinary to them. Yeah.
Balance eventually. Yeah. So when you train up a child in the way to go, you know, in the way trust for the character, no matter how you see it. Yeah, we're saying that the truth of the matter is that God is the first. Train up a child that let him know that God is number one. Then your skills and competences are number two. They will begin to follow that line. They will study the word. They will follow the concepts and the precepts of God, and pride will not get into their head. Do you understand? So that is very, very important. You lay the foundations of God. Let him know that, look, you are nothing. The only reason why you're having all of these accomplishments is because God is with you. So when that child knows that God is number one, they will take that to their hearts. They won't see it as anything. They'll be quick to give God all the praise. They'll be quick to say, well, me. It is God. When they defer to God, pride will not have its way in their hearts, you know. And the truth of the matter is that we must always give our children an opportunity to explore. People say, how do you know that's what he wants to be? It's not about how do we know that's what he wanted to be. You get, because Joshua is 11 and you know he will evolve. He will go older. He will have different other new ideas and concepts as he grows on. You understand? But one thing that, you know, my husband and I had to do was expose them to different opportunities. So from the age of 6, we got him to, you know, learn how to play the keyboard, piano. So that alone, that's learning how to play the keyboard, the piano for like about 2-3 years. Develop that confidence in him. You understand? He's able to like combine a whole lot of things. Just learning that keyboard alone helped him develop capacity to be able to understand computing very well. Because then he's working with the keyboard, he's developing music, he's singing, and then of course we took him to places where, even though they didn't invite him, we said, oh, come, can you come and play? He will come play. He became the keyboardist in their school, started playing keyboard there. He said, taking him to different places to go and present. Then of course, along the line, he started developing competence in computer from, I think that must have been 5.5 years when his sister was going for a computer school. We said he should go. They said, this boy is too young. We said, no, create a curriculum for him. They created a curriculum for him at age 6. They created the curriculum for him. So that, and when they saw that he could do that, we took him to CC Hub. From there, you know, all of those snowballed. He now knows about 10 or 11 computing languages. Not because it's there in his DNA. It's because we enabled the environment, created those opportunities, showed him more that he can. In fact, let children do much more than you think they can do, because they have the ability to do it. They have the ability to do so much more. As an adult too, at times we get to a point where we feel we are saturated. No, we are not. We should not feel saturated. We can become more than 280 things if we want to. Is it possible? Do you believe what I'm just saying?
Yeah.
Yes,
I believe.
It's because we shut down, and then we now tune off. But if we allow these children at this point, when they are young and they are malleable, you know, expose them to different things. Of course, along the line, some things will fall off that are not really there in their DNA, you know. But at the same time, in life, the things that they really are, they begin to manifest in those areas. They begin to increase their ability. They'll bloom, they'll flourish. Because don't forget, it's not only about nature, it's also about nurture. It is well. God will continue to grace in Jesus' name. Amen.
And thank you so much, Mrs. Agbola. I think it was almost like we were speaking Mrs. Olajobi's mind, because all along she was nodding and giving every nod and giving you something like she was like you're speaking in spirit. Oh, fantastic! So thank you so much. And I must confess that wow, like you said, it's not an easy task. Your words, I will just take a bit to match Mr. Afolabi's word in the morning. He mentioned that children are not just there. They don't train. You have to train them. They don't just come with those things inborn. Yes, they might have those talents, but you have to actually make deliberate efforts to train and nurture them. Just like you have said, Mr. Agbola. Thank you so much, and we wish Joshua was here, and we wish him all the best in all his endeavors. And we also wish that one of these days, again, even as it was at the Children's Day event earlier, we also wish can create more avenues for him to inspire and encourage more children, especially of his age grade. Thank you so much, Mr. Agbola. Wish you the best with him. All right, Mr. Dalabi, thank you so much. Final question from Mr. Dalabi before I go back to Eniola, and then we can call this a wrap. So, Mr. Dalabi, you've heard everyone speak, especially Mrs. Agbola and then Eniola, about things that happen to children and how they're able to cope with it. And she also mentioned about getting a school that is open to welcoming a kind of structure that they want for Joshua. And you've been in this system, especially your husband being an educationist. I hope Mr. Dalabi can hear me. Mr. Dalabi, are you there, please? Yes, you can unmute now. You can unmute. Okay, all right then. Yeah, so yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, yes. In fact, I'm happy to hear what she said. Getting a special school where their talent, their potentials can be more exploited has been a very good challenge.
Yes. My question was, just to cut you in, Mr. Dalabi. So because it's the final question for you, so I want to try to bring in much as I can. So my question mentioned that she wanted to get a school that could structure what they wanted for Joshua. I'm sure it must have been a challenge to you as well with Abida and all. And especially your husband also being an educationist. What do you think parents, your advice for parents on how they can be able to see this aspect and not just trapping their children in the schooling life, so to say, as possible, as variant as they can? Coming from your angle of having to do with art and your husband being an educationist, of which I'm sure you share some ideas about education. So what is your advice to parents in this regard?
In fact, my opinion and my husband's opinion sometimes don't align in this regard. The pandemic lockdown exposed a lot of things. I can quote Abida saying at a point that, "Mommy, can you see that school is a scam?" I said, "What?" Yeah, she said what she has learned. She is presently writing GCA. So we use the opportunity for the lockdown to brush her up for the exam. So during that period, we were working with syllabus, she will read, do timetable, and she was able to confirm to me that she's been able to catch along very well when she reads at home, that she prefers homeschooling. In fact, at a point, she said, "Can't I stop going to school? I like it when you teach me better at home." I 100% support the idea of what Mrs. Agbola said, because of the experience of, when they go to school, they are also exposed to different aspects of life. You see this thing that I've been mentioning, the envy and how to manage situations like that when they happen. If they don't mix with the children, they will not experience it. So when they stay at home, I totally support. In fact, anything online, if they even say they should stay at home, not go to school, and let them do everything at home, I will agree. But I am not a professional teacher. My husband is. So that's why I said we don't align.
I agree.
He will start telling me psychomotor, this one, that one. But for his own aspect, he has been able to help us a lot. Like it got to a stage that we could hardly have time for Abida to read. In fact, most of the exams, she has to be writing them after they've written the exam. Today they're in Abuja, tomorrow they're at Lekki and all that. But my husband's view about it as a teacher is that we need to find a balance in between, which we eventually find a way to realize that, of course, she has all this fame, she's here, she's there. But when they ask for a certificate, what does she have to present? So she still needs to give her education priority. So I would say to every parent, despite the fact that this fame is there, the children are achieving and they are going places, we still need to find a way to strike a balance between that and their educational background.
Wow. Thank you so much. And to corroborate to your point, Mrs. Alabi, and also to re-emphasize what Mrs. Agola mentioned, that schooling is overrated, but education is not. And I think we also need to draw, because there's actually a fine line between those two concepts, and people might mix them up and think, since Mr. Alabi, Mr. Bola said schooling is a scam, I should not go to school again, and I don't want to study again. But schooling and education are both actually different things. Schooling, like the trumpet, like Mr. Gola call it, but education can be done anywhere and anytime. And I think that's something we also, and also, I think, well, this is Brain Educate Services. I think this is the discussion that we also need to take nationally. It's because, yes, we are coming from the parenting aspect, but we also need to take it to the stakeholders in education for them to actually see some things that our parents here are pointed at, because as it affects them as teachers, it also affects them at home as parents, because they need to help these children succeed in their education as well. So Brain Educate, I think we need to take this to national level and discuss this and look for a way to channel our education to be more meaningful and more impacted in the real life. Finally, Eniola, I see your network is back. Eniola, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. My last question, which we are going to use to round this up. I saw your profile that you want to be the Nigerian Mark Zuckerberg. For me, let me take it a notch higher for you. Mr. Gola, she's smiling happily at that dream. Let me take it. She's giving you a thumbs up. So Eniola, you have fans here already. So let me take a notch up for you, Eniola. I want you to be the Mark Zuckerberg of Africa. What's your dream in that regard? How are you going to achieve that? What's your dream like for that? What made you think of that? And how are you going to achieve that, of course, with the grace of God?
Okay. First off, Mark Zuckerberg is like a role model to me, because he's like the youngest, was one of the youngest billionaires at some point, and I was just like,
so you want to become a billionaire too? Is that it? You want to become
well, not really the money,
like an 18-year-old billionaire, right? Sounds cool, right?
Something like that. Something like that.
Okay.
Yes. And then, okay, so one of the first things I actually want to do in my step to actually achieving that was that I want to actually be a software developer at Google before, at least when I clock 18, because Google accepts people to work with them when they clock 18. And also, I am the type of person who likes to boost, or most of my projects are usually surrounded around the education sector, because my first project, a library management system for helping my school to manage the books in the library and all. And actually, it was even my church. Then I refactored it and then made it in such a way my school could actually use it. Two was a results management system, which I actually showed to one of my computer teacher, and was like, oh wow, this is really nice. Though they are yet to start using it, making things work. Okay, but in my quest on becoming the next Mark Zuckerberg of Africa, as you make me to, I'm going to update that now. Okay, so I think it is going to be creating. It's going to be me creating a solution to one of the problems in the education sector of at least Nigeria for start. So yes.
Wow, fantastic, amazing. I know that we've had a session where I think I remember a session where we had Abida and Joshua. I'm also thinking now, Eniola, you, Joshua, Abida, and a cohort of you guys that are doing amazingly, making us proud as Nigerians and as Africans. I'm looking. You can't hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, yes. So I was mentioning that I understand that there's been a platform before, because I know Abida has been with us at Green Educate Services for an occasion, and also Joshua. I'm looking at Eniola, Joshua, Abida, amazing talents like you and your cohorts coming together, doing something fantastic, especially for the educational sector. And of course, maybe perhaps you could take it big. It could be a collaboration, it could be a partnership. You guys are doing amazing well, and they say, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. And they always say 2 heads are better than 1, but I always say it's 2 good heads. Because on some currencies, I don't want to mention the name, on some currencies, you have like 3 or 4 heads, but the value of that currency is not, but some currencies, you have just 1 head, and that currency is, you understand? Joshua gets me. So you guys coming together, I think a partnership, a collaboration for education for Africa. What do you think, Joshua? This is something that is doable. Are you going to reach out to Joshua and Abida? Are you guys going to come up with something very soon? Josh and Eniola, are you going to reach out to Abidat and Joshua, and will you guys cook up something for us?
Yes, of course. I actually look forward to actually having like a platform where all the things like in Africa could actually communicate, and then we could just build projects together. Even just as I figured out Joshua's mom, I actually already sent her a connect on LinkedIn.
Oh,
So
wow,
yes, I
fantastic.
also love to connect with. Yes, I also love to connect with Miss Alabi also and get across to them. And of course, yes, we should be expecting something great.
Yeah, so Brain Educate Services, I'm putting in this to us that we are doing something great. Abida, Joshua, and Eniola, it's coming very soon. So the world, please watch out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so sad that when you're having fun, because it's been an amazing discussion all along from the morning, from all the sessions to the panel session, it's been amazing. When you're having fun, time just seems to fly by. All right, at Green Educate Services, like it has brought you this amazing event, which is a 2nd edition of the annual Parenting Summit. We have our regular programs that come up regularly. It's at regular periods. So we have our different seminars, of which this is one of, and this comes up every year annually in December. Last year, it was live at the Onikon Center. Very amazing. We had speakers like Ms. Onwuchekwa. We had a first-class graduate from the UK. He's a visually impaired student, but he's doing amazingly well in the aerospace. Indeed, it's been a pleasure. So we have our seminars, our programs regularly, which the technical team will be sharing on our screen shortly. We have our seminars for teachers, for parents. For parents, we have the parenting seminars, we have the teacher seminars. We also have ebooks that we have. So the link would also be shared for the ebooks. I'm trying to see if I have the link for the ebooks yet. I'm not sure. All right, so please, technical guys, help me send the link for our ebooks to the chat section so that people who have not gotten those ebooks can actually go and get theirs. Then something amazing is coming. We've listened today that yes, parents need to upscale their learning about parenting to do this and that. But it's not just about talking the talk. At Green Educate Services, we are also walking the talk. And because of that, we are coming up with an online parenting institute. So we are going to have online parenting courses where you'll be getting first-hand real-life experiences, courses that will make you upscale your parenting, helping you to bridge the gap between what you know and where you ought to be. Watch out for that on our space. Follow us on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter at Brainy Educare. You will find us all on this. Even on LinkedIn, we are on LinkedIn. Eniola, we see you every time on LinkedIn. We say thank you so much for always being amazing. Also, coming very soon in this December, between the 21st and 23rd of December, it's scribes and orator. And I think this is another thing, one of the things that I think Abida loves doing. This year, we're going to be focusing on creative writing. Creative writing is another aspect that a lot, if your child tells a parent that's perhaps in the 80s now, a child tells you, Mommy, Daddy, I want to become a creative writer. I want to become a creative instructor. I want to become a parent to say, creative what? What's that? Is that lawyer? Is that doctor? But creative writing, creative thinking, creative disruption is something. In fact, I think that in the US or in the UK, there's actually a course that's called creative, creative disruption or something creative disruption in that sense. It's taken as a course. So you can imagine. So this year at the Scribes and Orators, between the 21st and 23rd of December, we'll be focusing on creative writing this year. And it just goes for a meager 10,000 naira. So 10,000 naira, which is the amount a lot of us, I'm sure tech guys like Eniola, like Joshua, who are always on the internet, who are always coding and coding. 10,000 naira is something they use in a day to maybe to get internet connection or stuff like that. And Joshua's laptop is worth more than 10,000 naira. Kind of loud. Apple can't get Apple less than. Don't let me expose us here. All right. So we also have our monthly leadership programs for kids, both online and physical. So before now, it's always been physical. Because of the reality of our today world, we have also gone online. So, but coming from next year, we'll resume the physical session. But as it is now, the online session will continue by January. So we have a promo going on. So if you want to subscribe for the whole year, it's 2,000 naira per month for the online session. So if you are subscribing for the whole year, which is 24,000 naira, you can get a discount to pay 20,000 naira if you are paying now at this period for the whole of next year. And for the physical session, which will commence by March and run through to December 2021, it's going to be 3,000 naira per session, but that's monthly. But if you're going to be subscribing now for that, you're going to get a discount of 5,000 naira. So you can pay 25,000 naira instead of 30 for the whole of March to December. Amazing, amazing programs we've got lined up for you. And for those of us who have not gotten our life kits, okay, I think Brenadike is, okay, yes. So that's the flyer for the Scribes and Orators, 21st to 23rd of December. It's coming up. It's something that you must not miss. For all parents here, this is something, 10,000 naira. In fact, I'm so sad that Brenadike is making it so cheap, but I can understand that the pandemic has come and we are trying to be considerate, because I can just say 10,000 naira, I'll just pay for all the kids of all the parents on this platform now. But because we are trying to ensure so that when you pay, you see the value for it. So I will not pay for everybody. All right. So that's Scribes and Orators. We have Pat Ashinze, who is the founder of Oculus Literary Society. We have Zainab Abdul Rashid, who is an award-winning writer. We've also got a Margot, a thinker, all the way from, yes, okay, Ariel, okay, no, that somebody has a question. We'll take that later. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Scribes and Orators, 21st to 23rd of December is not something you want to try to miss. And luckily, schools are on vacation. Now we'll be on vacation by then, so you can subscribe for your child. And if you can see my screen now, for those of us who have not gotten your life kits, so a lot of children have been faced with the challenge of having to deal with their self-esteem, emotional wellness. Brain Education Services has come up with these amazing life kits. We have for kids and for teenagers and for children. So these are the life kits. You get to learn easily. You can, yes, I can. You can motivate yourself. You can track your daily feelings. You can gratitude and a whole lot more. So we have for children and we have for teenagers, right? So you have it here. If you have not gotten it, it's just 3,500 naira. Again, it's, I don't know why. Educational things are kind of the most affordable things you can ever think of. Well, how much is a Gucci bag? Let me ask Mr. Gola, how much is a Gucci? Okay, I know you're a fashion designer. How much do you charge for a sew, like for a complete dress? How much do you charge on an average? It might not give me, but on an average, like how much do you charge? Let me see. Let's take it from there. Please allow to unmute with Zagola. Yes, I want to unmute with Zagola because I'm surprised educational things are kind of the most affordable things in this world, and a lot of us. Please help unmute with Zagola. Yes.
Yes.
How much do you charge average?
Oh, if you're talking about a wedding dress, for instance, it's
okay.
80,000 to like about 200,000 for a wedding dress. So
for how many people? Sorry, for how many people? For how many brides? Just one bride. For how many brides?
Just one
80,000.
bride.
Just one bride.
One bride.
So if we divide 80,000.
Just let you know, the life kit is very affordable. We need to get it.
It's very affordable. So Mrs. Agbola, if I can buy my wedding dress at your place for 80,000 naira, I believe these 3-5 kits should not be so expensive. Don't you think, Mrs. Agbola? You think it's very affordable? Or do you think I should raise the price for the sake of today? I should just raise the price for the child kit. Or should I be nice and leave it like that, Abi?
Yeah, what did you say just now?
Should I be nice and leave the price at 3,500?
Okay, I couldn't hear what you said, but the truth of the matter is that I didn't get that point you just made. But if I understand what you're saying, that if those kind of dresses are that expensive, people should not say no to education. They should not say no to things that will help them and take them to life. So I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
Mrs. Agbola, I feel like giving you an Oscar. Just giving you an Oscar, like just take, just dash you one. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you have not gotten your life kit for your kids, very affordable, 3,500 naira. Look at it here for kids, for children. And because of the advent of social media technology, this is one that will help them detox, help them manage their digitalization, help them manage their digital life. This is also an amazing kit, also for 3,500 naira. Ladies and gentlemen, it's so sad to see us come to the end of today's event. So I shared. These are the events for the year. Scribes and Orators, our Parenting Summit, our Parenting Seminar. Thank you. I can see Mrs. Onwuchekwa. Mrs. Onwuchekwa, hello. Thank you for joining back again. It was amazing having you here. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to all our facilitators, to all our panelists, from the first of them, from Mrs. Onwuchekwa to Mrs. Alabi, to Mommy Mrs. Agbola. So thank you so much to the amazing, super duper interesting, cool, calm, collected Eniola or Sabia. We said thank you so much, Eniola. Indeed, I think today is a fulfilled day for me to have met you. I've actually sent you a connect on LinkedIn. I think you've accepted already, and it's amazing to have connected with you. Thank you so much for being here. To Mr. Alabi, to DJ Chunu, Miss Fumi, Dr. Olatobi. How would I not forget that? Thank you so much, everybody, for making today an amazing one. Despite the fact that COVID pandemic had made us go virtual and no physical contact, no physical event, we've all succeeded in making today an amazing one. With this, we say thank you so much for everybody who has indeed, through your prayers, through your support, made this a success. We say thank you so much for being here. We hope to see you here again next year. Hopefully, then COVID-19 pandemic will have gone down, then we can meet physically. Yes, price is, someone is actually pleading with me to leave the price at 3,500. Okay, because I have a good earth, and I love that people should get educational things at affordable price. The price remains at 3,000 naira, 3,500 naira. All right, cut. So 3,500 naira, it remains. So everybody, get your life kit if you have not gotten it. Once again, thank you so much, Brilliant Educare, for bringing this to life, for making it happen. To all the planning committee, to tech guys who have been behind the scenes, making us go live on YouTube. Say thank you to all participants, to all. Someone say nothing is cheap, but it's budget friendly. Yes, you can say that again. All right, so to tech guys behind, to all our viewers across the world on YouTube, to those who made it down to the Zoom channel, I will say thank you so much to everyone. If we begin to mention everyone, we will not sleep here today. We will continue to mention and mention. In fact, we might forget some people and it might be like, it's not about that. We say thank you so much to everyone. Someone is mentioning something about a live conference. Let me see if there's an information that's for us. Oh, a live conference next year will give a wider coverage. Trust me, and I believe, I trust Brilliant Educare Services. We are making it every year. We want to go bigger. COVID pandemic this year has just made it the way it is. Last year, the All at Onicon was filled to the brim. When I mean filled to the brim, for the annual, for the maiden edition. And this year again, it's been amazing. Yes, for those in diaspora, we are not going to leave you out. Come on, don't worry. Virtual conference, live conference is here to stay, whether we like it or yes. Even when we go back to our normal activities, we are still going to keep in touch because technology is the way the world is, and we are not going to be left out at Brilliant Education Services. It's been wonderful having us all around, and sincerely, I'm actually delaying and keep talking because I actually don't want to see us go, but I don't know. That I've been prompted to say, let's go, let's go, let's go. But I'm just sad. But of course, we have to go. Time is not our friend. We all have other engagements to go with. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for showing up. Thank you for turning up. And thank you for agreeing to be a parent beyond bound. And thank you for agreeing to challenge yourself, to realizing that parenting beyond this uncertainty is something that has to be deliberate. So we'll see you again next year at whatever channel, be it live virtually, be it physically. Say thank you so much for joining, and bye-bye. Bye, Eniola, thank you so much. Mrs. Alabi, thank you so much for joining. For those on YouTube, thank you, Jomo, for joining. Mrs. Chekwa, Mrs. Agbola, my regards to Joshua. Tell him he has a big fan here already. Thank you so much. Mrs. Owuchekwa, the mom with the most talented girls, thank you so much for joining. Everyone, I'm just trying to wait. I'm trying to see everybody up to the door. I don't want to leave, so that's why I'm just trying to see everybody so that I don't want to be a bad host who leaves before his visitors, all right? So I'm trying to see everybody. Thank you so much, everybody. Eniola, thank you. Even though we can't share your laptop, but I wish you all the best with your laptop. I hope you can make much impact and more money with your laptop and change the world. And of course, become the African Zuckerberg. Thank you so much, Eniola. Thank you, everyone. Please check out our YouTube channel. The video is there, and check us out on all our social media platforms. Every time, every day of the year, we are there for you at Brilliant Education Services. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Oh, Mrs. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mrs. Raliat. I'm so devastated to have forgotten that you are still here with us. Thank you so much, Mrs. Raliat Oyetunde. It was amazing having you, making us realize that indeed there might really not be a work-life balance, but a work-life integration. Thank you so much for that. It was really eye-opening. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm trying to see everybody up to the door. Thank you. Those who are still here, thank you. I remember this song from primary school. Okay. Whether we shall meet again, we shall meet again. So we don't know, so we don't know. May God be with you. May God be with you.